Check two. Go.
Hello. This is for test. It's take 20 seconds. Hello.
Excellent. Is it working? Thank you very, very much. Good morning. Still morning. I'm struggling to know what day I am. Good morning, everybody. We need to finish at 11:30 on the dot, so we will get started. Our speakers are just taking their seats. Our fifth speaker, please, Teppo. No, Teppo, there. We're going to share. Be very romantic. So Our third speaker, our fifth speaker is just on her way. She's just coming from another event. So what I'm going to do is not introduce our amazing, amazing panel until Kelly joins us. You're in for a real treat here. But before that treat, you get an even better one, or as good. Philippe Varenne, who's first vice chair here at the ICC. He's been a vice chair since 2022. He is the former CEO of Chorus and the former chair of the managing board of Peugeot. And he's also a former member of the board of directors of Saint-Gobain. So it covers quite a range of sectors in private sector. Philippe's going to give us our introductory talk and link as to why this topic is so deeply important for business and industry, and why business and industry is such an important part of this solution. Thank you so much, Philippe.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you to reminding that I emitted a lot of CO2 in my career. As the first vice chair of the International Chamber of Commerce, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to the session to launch ICC new paper outlining proposals for effective carbon pricing, specifically considering the key issues of leakage and linkage. Effective and leakage and linkage are some key words of our paper and of my opening remarks this morning. And today, our discussion cannot be more timely. As nations have gathered at this year's conference, and in particular with the first global stock stake, there is high expectation for a clear roadmap that set out actions to close emissions gap and keep alive the 1.5 degrees Celsius targets. The 2023 IPCC report has provided a critical pulse check, indicating that current country NDCs remain highly insufficient to close the gap and to meet the Paris Agreement goals. With a necessary shift to implement effective policies and to provide a credible response to the climate crisis, carbon pricing is considered as one of the most strongest policy instruments to tackle climate change. From a business perspective, the benefits of carbon pricing are very significant. It has the potential to decarbonize the world economic activity by changing the behavior of consumers, businesses, and investors, while in the same time unleashing innovation, technical innovation, obviously, and generating revenues that can be put to productive use. And in short, effective carbon prices offer triple benefits: protect the environment, drive investments in clean technologies, and raise public revenues for investments in climate action. But the key word at the heart of that observation is effective. Over the past decade, we have seen a growing number of jurisdictions implementing carbon pricing regimes, with now over 70 operations to date, which have been spurred by the adoption of Paris Agreement in 2015, whilst also creating a fragmented climate policy landscape. And fragmentation is detrimental for effectiveness if you want to allow governments to go further and faster in their decarbonization plan, at the lowest possible economic cost. Now, from a business perspective, the international policy consistency is the absolute key to unlock the full environmental and economic benefits of market-based policies, both to avoid competitive distortions and perhaps most fundamentally from an efficiency perspective, to allow from the trading of emissions and offsets across borders under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Over the past 3 years, we have drawn from the experience of business operating under the 70 carbon pricing regimes currently in force to deliver important insights on what works well in principle and in practice. In this context, at COP26 2 years ago, well, more, we set out 10 core principles for effective carbon pricing, followed by further work, which was released in COP27, on how governments could optimize the design of carbon pricing schemes to enhance their effectiveness in abating emissions. Now, in our continued and extensive consultation with businesses, two emerging issues have come to the fore, namely those related to carbon leakage and those related to carbon linkage, which have a significant impact on effectiveness of carbon pricing. So one, as far as carbon leakage, in light of increased initiatives and more recently the release of guidance on Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement related to carbon credit methodologies, our work and recommendations can be summarized as follows in say, 5 key points. 1, necessary compatibility with the WTO rules and non-discriminatory principles. Second, have a careful design to avoid distortions for avoiding relocation, to support climate objectives and avoid double taxation, to have a robust measuring, reporting and verification system. 3, interaction to be developed between carbon mitigation approaches between like-minded countries, like carbon clubs or equivalents, to ensure in time proper convergence of these 70 carbon pricing regimes. 4, having purpose-directed use of proceeds. And 5, engage with stakeholders and giving them some workable transition periods. But this is some key points for avoiding carbon leakage. Now, as far as carbon linkage, it will be about dealing at the same time with national law compliance, with consistency with the Paris Agreement, and with industry-based initiatives, and in particular the development of voluntary markets. So, drawing on these lessons on our analysis of carbon leakage and carbon linkage, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, with the right operating rules, has the potential to create the necessary transparency to forge a more cohesive multilateral approach to carbon pricing. And I think this is one of the big stakes of this COP 28. However, there is a lot of speculation on what Article 6 means for market compliance mechanisms and voluntary carbon markets, with an estimated markets of $89 billion and $2 billion respectively for voluntary carbon markets. It will be great to hear this morning our panel, to hear their perspectives on how they view the impact of Article 6 on these markets, as well as more broadly on how to consider carbon leakage and linkage in the development of effective carbon pricing systems, and this to enhance a medium and long-term sustainable and robust global carbon market. I'd like to close by underscoring the need for enhanced dialogue between governments and the business community, which to my mind is vital if the world is to succeed delivering in a net zero future, and in no area is that more important than on the design and implementation of effective carbon pricing mechanism. We very much hope that the launch of today's paper will spur debate and dialogue on how to accelerate the contribution of market-based policies to achieving the net zero future we all need. And I am personally committed to ensure that ICC remains at the forefront of these debates at the vital intersect between the experience of business on one side and the ambitions of governments on the other side. And thank you all again for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Philippe. And for those of you who have followed the work of the ICC Technical Working Group on Carbon Pricing, you'll know this is our third tour, our third act. In Glasgow, we released the Carbon Pricing Principles, the 10 principles to carbon pricing focused on compliance market, or on compliance mechanisms. Then the following year in Sharm el-Sheikh last year, we released a second report which broke down case studies and examples of design features within those different compliance mechanisms that are currently in place. As Philippe said, there's a lot of them, more than 72 globally in 39 countries. What the feedback was, and this is the working group that was meant to be a year, but there just seems to be constant work that people are interested in from private sector in particular. The feedback was how is leakage going to be resolved, and what, if any, is the linkage between compliance systems and between other market mechanisms for carbon. So this is what the third report tries to tackle and just highlight some keynote points. What we have today, as I said, in addition to Philippe, another enormous privilege. I am trying to find a way to characterize the amount of experience that you have on this panel, including when Kelly joins us. And I think I've aggregated almost 100 years of COPs across this panel. So Jose Luis was in Rio in 1992. Lisa DeMarco was in Buenos Aires in 1998. Kate, when was your first?
Oh, not until Cancun in 2010.
Oh,
Sorry.
Baby. So, but even so, I gave you 20 years. So just counting up 13, we're nearly at 100 across the panel, including Kelly when she arrives. So this is remarkable, and we thank you all very, very much. We know COP's enormously busy. We want to get to you. We'll start with Ambassador Harrison, who is the Climate Change Ambassador for New Zealand. She led, co-led with Kelly, co-facilitated with Kelly, is that? No. She's co-facilitated some of Article 6. She'll fill us in on when. This year she's co-facilitating mitigation. So as I say, her time is really precious. We are so lucky to have her here. She is also the master of the New Zealand ETS system. So pretty extraordinary qualifications in this room. Lisa DeMarco has been the safe hands guiding through Canadian climate policy and Article 6 negotiations here at COP, assisting the negotiating team. And again, many, many years of experience. Also, and this is where you see the linkage, right? Co-chair of IETA. So this is one space that has a lot of interlinkage. Teppo Sakinen, Finland, we're trying to cover the globe. Finland, he has been working for many, many years in climate policy. He's the policy advisor for climate, energy and industries for the Finland Chamber of Commerce. Jose Luis Blasco is the global director of sustainability at Acciona and CEO of Acciona Carbon Technologies in Rio. He called himself a victim, but I think I'll call him a survivor of CDM, and he's been 10 years in this modern world of carbon markets. And as I say, his first COP was, in fact, Rio. And Kelly Kitzier, who I first met watching her co-facilitate on Article 6, and a few years ago, and it was extraordinary. She's now the director of corporate action and markets for the Bezos Earth Fund. So you'll know Kelly when she arrives. So we wanted to get right into, and this is, I'm going to come down now. So this is the report. I know I'm not supposed to have paper, but it is online. It has been launched. This is the third report. The carbon pricing mechanisms are still there, and the reason I want to link them back up is that it's those carbon pricing principles, those 10 principles that we think hold true across all of the different mechanisms that are available as market correction mechanisms, carbon pricing type mechanisms. The principles are very principle-based, high-based, and they should hold true to all. The first and single most important principle is reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So, very good. Switching the sound system, because this is a fireside chat, so I'm coming down to the fireside. We're going to, the report is leakage and linkage, but we're actually going to start at linkage because we think that's a better entry point for here at COP, given how intense those Article 6 discussions are. And I'm going to start with you, Lisa, because I know how much you are in the room where it's happening right now. I'm sorry to take you away this morning. But the question is the new Article 6 guidance, which is the Glasgow guidance, is it revolutionary? Is it another step in the evolution in guiding these markets? What do you think the impact will be from Article 6 in respect of those carbon pricing mechanisms already in place? And I would like you to cover both compliance mechanisms and also voluntary carbon markets. It's a big question.
I think the impact of Article 6 is extraordinarily significant. And here's the clincher. Not just for governments, but also for business. And where we see the associated uptake of actual markets in the context of a global policy goal of net zero, it becomes extraordinarily important to do so in an efficient, an effective, and in a business-minded way. And let me just talk about that in general. In the absence of something like Article 6, and there's two parts, they're quite different, but in one way, they link markets around the world, so that's common to both. If I'm a business operating, I've got fiduciary duties. I've got responsibilities to shareholders. I've got responsibilities to regulators. I have disclosure obligations if I'm a public company. I have financial regulatory obligations. What we don't want is the same goal in one jurisdiction, effectively to reduce or remove emissions, to constitute a liability, contingent liability of an instrument in one jurisdiction, an asset in another jurisdiction, a taxable action in a third jurisdiction, an associated regulatory regime pricing aspect in a fourth jurisdiction. So this is what you're seeing here is how markets have the ability to create harmonization and simplification for businesses around the world. And IETA, the International Emissions Trading Association, in association with the University of Maryland, has done some modeling of where does the rubber hit the road? What are we talking about in terms of financial impact? And the data that was done, publicly available paper, is that with cooperation through markets, in particular, in my views, Article 6.2, we have a $250 billion a year savings for business and the consumers they sell to, and or an additional 5 gigatons of ambition, of emission reductions that we could undertake efficiently and effectively. So is it important? Is it effective? Is it revolutionary? Absolutely. Are we running into some challenges in the implementation of it? Well, if you ask me midway through the negotiations, I would say yes. But it is effectively implementable. It is effectively usable, particularly Article 6.2, right now. So business needs to take full advantage of that. work with your governments, get those authorizations, look at the jurisdictions that you operate in, and facilitate the sort of efficiencies, effectiveness now, not in 2030, now.
Thank you, Lisa. That's great. And in the report, there's one of these wonderful river charts, the confluence, which has from the World Bank, which has the international cooperation agreements that already exist under Article 6. Singapore, Japan, Sweden, Korea, Australia, and Switzerland each have a few or a lot, in the case of Japan, international agreements with a number of host countries. Most of those host countries are developing countries. New Zealand doesn't have any. But coming back to the question, just following on from Lisa, the hooking them all up. I mean, you've straddled this ETS, New Zealand, pretty revolutionary when it came, very early days. You know, learned from mistakes, as we all do, yeah. And but how does Article 6 change, if at all, do you think, the New Zealand compliance market and or voluntary markets to from New Zealand?
Well, thank you very much, Wendy. And I would say we have a number of cooperation arrangements with countries all around the world, and also between New Zealand and the WCI, for example, also with Singapore and China. So we are cooperating, but we haven't gone so far as to have a market arrangement at this point. But I wanted to sort of take us back a little bit, and when we started our ETS back in 2008, we were in a Kyoto Protocol world, and we were in a world where, you know, you had a single global capped market and international emissions trading, and we all thought this was kind of very logical. And, you know, you had the single tradable, various tradable units and a global market. And we all know that didn't quite turn out the way we'd anticipated. And when we were negotiating back in sort of Durban in about 2011, parties were still kind of grieving for the Kyoto Protocol world, if you like. But many of us were saying, actually, on the other side of the planet, countries like Japan and New Zealand are undertaking carbon market work and development of emissions trading in ways that are diverse. And I remember I got a fossil of the day because someone misreported me as saying we want a kind of wild west of carbon markets. In fact, I was saying the opposite. We don't want a wild west of carbon markets. And we got Article 6.2, and what that has done for us, in fact, is it scared a lot of people. They thought you can do what you want, and they kept trying to put shackles around it. But in fact, our experience in Kyoto was we were burned. We just recently in the last year cancelled about 100 million tonnes of units because we decided that some that we had used to meet our Kyoto Protocol target weren't worth the paper they were written on. So now, as potential purchasers, we know that we are responsible for the environmental integrity of what we purchase, and so therefore we have a much stronger incentive than relying on something that has a UN stamp. Not to say that those things with a UN stamp under 6.4 mightn't be excellent, but the other thing about 6.2, it allows countries like New Zealand that has an unusual profile to build an ETS that works for it. And when we want to talk about linking, we used to think we had to harmonise or be exactly the same. No, we don't. We just need to understand one another and understand that the standards and the safeguards and etc. are aligned. Thanks.
I think those standards and safeguards are the key, and that's what the principles try to underscore. If businesses talking to governments in the markets they're operating, ICC certainly promulgates or supports carbon pricing compliance mechanisms, all carbon pricing mechanisms. There doesn't, the linkage argument, as Kay says, is not that there should only be one that rules them all. These are tools in the box to fighting the war on greenhouse gas emissions. Kay, I'd like to come back to you just on the, if there's anything you can add, and sorry, this is just from something you said. New Zealand does hold a unique position, both sort of sectorially, its energy mix and its geography. Do you see in the South Pacific any particular value coming from international linkage that can help with New Zealand supporting sort of lesser developed countries in the region? That wasn't on the script, so sorry.
That's all right. There aren't an enormous number of emissions coming out of the Pacific. And in fact, we have set ourselves the target that will mean our cooperation internationally is significant. The great thing about emissions trading is you don't have to put it on a ship and send it halfway around the world, as we do with everything else we produce in our country. So there's no emissions associated with that trade. But in the Pacific, absolutely, and a number of Pacific Island countries have expressed an interest in being involved in markets. And because we're neighbours and we will engage with them, but I have to say we do need significant volumes as well. Thanks.
Very good. Teppo, coming to the other side of the globe, up to Finland again. It probably was subconscious, putting countries with pretty good renewable records. Yep. Oh, sorry, Jose Luis. Mostly pretty good renewable records on the panel. Finland.
Well, thanks, Wendy. I have to boast a bit that now our power grid electricity is 95% carbon-free due to nuclear and renewables, so very happy with that. Now, Wendy, to underline the importance of Article 6, we have both ambition gap in how we can, are the NDCs enough to reach 1.5, and we have the action gap, so we have the NDCs set by countries, but the actions are still lacking. So we need private finance and carbon credits to catalyze action to fill both of these gaps. Now the guidance that was adopted in November is certainly very welcome, and we hope that it is adopted at this COP, so that 2024 is the year that we can really start to utilize whole of Article 6. Now, with regards to 6.2, from a Nordic perspective, we have quite different approaches. For example, between Finland and our colleagues in Sweden, Finland is not planning to utilize 6.2. We have no ongoing talks with developing countries, for example. But Sweden has, I think, with Ghana, for example, and are quite a long way in deciding what they will do with their partners. Now, I think that we also should be open to that discussion in Finland, but at this point we are emphasizing our own measures. Now, how will Article 6 impact the compliance market and the voluntary carbon market? With regards to the existing EU ETS, which has been in place a bit before New Zealand, 2005, probably not much, but I hope that it will catalyze and give the ability for countries that have no existing carbon pricing mechanism in place to kind of find a way to participate in carbon market that will also maybe help them adapt compliance measures. Now, with the voluntary carbon markets, of course, there's a big importance in getting results from COP28. I'd like to maybe give you a bit of an overview of the European debate now, because there is a evolving scene also in the demand side for offset credits. We have now in talks a tighter legislation, European Union directives, on what kind of claims companies can make. And it might be that in the coming years, claims that a certain product, for example, is carbon neutral will be overall rejected. So if you would, you can't claim that a product is carbon neutral if you purchase offsets. And this might kind of face the demand more into the direction of societal net zero claims, which might also contribute to the NDCs of countries. And I'd like to keep both tools in the box, both the net zero claims and the mitigation contributions. But I see there some kind of welcome development in the sense that perhaps this would also give countries, kind of push countries to up their game in the next NDC round by also recognizing that this might be a tool to finance the actions to reach the NDC goals. And if we look at an ideal world within the Paris framework, we would have NDCs that would cover 1.5 target, and then different measures such as Article 6 that would channel funding into reaching those goals. So we need carbon credits both for the action gap and the ambition gap.
Thank you, Teppo. I don't know if I'm up or down. That's right. And that does underscore an important point that we're hearing in the B1, B7 room 1, B8 room 1, B1 1, the Article 6 room. Brains exploding. So the is a lot of the discussion. You know, do avoidance emissions go back in as a separate category? That is a buy-side issue in so many ways. So should states be held to the same standard that states are holding private sector to in their markets on terms of what you can claim as a credit? And I think that's an interesting linkage point between the two. Jose Luis, I want to bring you in, please, if I may. So you are in private sector, and also very, very familiar with these markets. Could you sort of maybe bring in, from your perspective, what you're hoping to get from Article 6 in your business, how it's going to benefit? No, it should work. It just don't confuse them.
Thank you.
They have...
Thank you for inviting me. I think that we are in a very, very critical moment from the corporate side. Why? Because we are moving always with a risk-reward equation. And in this situation, we have all the risk, no reward. You can see you have, if you claim something based on your carbon pricing, on base of on carbon markets, probably you will suffer a lot of criticism. Is amazing because all the market was fueled by the supply side. There are no tension, no traction. If you ask our companies why you buy voluntary carbon credits, it's a curious because some kind of philanthropic approach. This is not a business approach, and we need to change that. I think that the first signals about how the situation is changing is how these new countries are linking all this pre-6.2 development. You mentioned Singapore, South Korea, you have mentioned Japan. The situation is that we have three main moving parts moving at the same time and should be coordinated in order to make this linkage in the good shape. That this is very key, and all of them will occur in the next 6 months. The first is that how we finish our COP about how the development of 6.4, because at the end of the day, all the methodologies that we need in order to implement all these reductions or removals should be defined by a robust methodologies. How the 6.4 finally will be designed, who will be in charge. Probably our colleagues from the press should be on holidays in the next 6 months. Please don't criticize the new process. If not, we're in a hurry. The second is about how the current standards fit for the new situation, because makes no sense if you criticize that your standards are better than the UNCCC standards. Makes no so good business, but they need to differentiate to this with something, because there are a lot of people working on that, and you need to manage the ecosystems of the voluntary carbon markets also. And the third is about how the corporates could be recognized that this effort, linkage to the 6.2 and 6.4, makes sense for them. I think that the BCMI is a role, but it's still working, and we need to receive as a demand, as a supply side, also a recognition about that. These three main pieces works together and try to interlink and also to understand each other. I think that at the end of 2024, we will have another new paradigm of carbon pricing through this mechanism, probably the more closest that we can imagine from the carbon pricing at global level.
That's really helpful, Jose Luis. It's really important to put Jose Luis in the context of his role in the carbon markets, right? I mean, carbon markets are a tool. The pathway to success in climate change mitigation is building up the new infrastructure for a low carbon emitting, for a net zero world. And the infrastructure companies, you know, hold the sort of the keys to the engine to get us along that pathway. So hearing from you as an infrastructure company, you know, involved in scaling up the renewables that we're talking about, that carbon pricing mechanisms at Article 6 can actually help you in your work. And it's supply side, isn't it, as well as offsetting from your own infrastructure development.
I can give you an example. The new generation of desalination plants are only with renewables. If not, probably you cannot build another desalination plant in another part of the world if you have not the fossil fuels behind your feet. This is very important to that. If you have this mechanism in order to the risk this kind of investment in the new in the global south, you will have the most powerful tool for adaptation that you ever seen. I can give you an example. We are building the largest desalination plant in Morocco, only for renewables. Will be one of the first in the world that is amazingly big for Casablanca. And the only way that we have found in order to make it happen is to find the right risking methodology, and the carbon pricing was one of our main triggers to do that. But we are talking about, we have the same conversation with Mexico, in Chile, and if you have this extra impulse with, because they are very close to be profitable in terms of the financial investors can be attractive for that. You need to say, when we are talking about, no, we need to fund, we need to channel the funds to these kind of activities. Please, don't forget, at the end of the day, are private companies who are investing, and we play with the risk-reward equation. If you have another tool, welcome. And I think that as desalination plants, we will have another possibilities. I think that 6.2 now and in the future will be a good tool to impulse these kind of investments.
Risk reward, making the carbon pricing mechanisms work in harmony with what business is wanting to do and being told to do, which is to transition in its infrastructure and its investment activity, but not kill that off, not create too much inflation on infrastructure companies that they can't afford to build up the new infrastructure. I think that segues us neatly into the leakage part of the report, and there's been leakage and linkage between the two bits in the whole conversation already. But the latest OECD report talking about carbon pricing said that the main increase we're seeing, you know, we see those graphs on the increase in carbon pricing, and we see Sweden often quoted as going from 20 to 120 euro per metric ton. But what the data are showing is that there's an increasing asymmetry in carbon pricing, which from a business point of view can increase the risk of carbon leakage. From everybody's point of view, can increase the risk of carbon leakage. And I think this is interesting, coming back to Kay, where you were setting the scene. When we had Kyoto, it was just the Annex 1 countries. But now we've had this proliferation of different carbon pricing mechanisms and international cooperation agreements with countries at different levels of income, and it creates a differentiation. So the question is, are there any responses to, I mean, obviously we have CBAM. I mean, I'm really interested in sort of New Zealand and Pacific, Asia Pacific, insofar as you can speak to it, reaction responses to leakage mechanisms and their utility.
Well, thank you. Well, of course, everyone who sets up an emissions trading system thinks about leakage, and we, in our system, designed it in such a way that where companies, we believe, are trade exposed and emissions intensive, they receive free allocation to, 60% or even 90%. No, 60% I think is the limit there. And we constantly have to be vigilant as to whether or not there is indeed a risk of leakage. But I wanted to take you, I'm a New Zealander, I have to tell you about sheep and cows. It's my job. I think right now we have had successive governments who have said that agriculture, which is 50% of our emissions, will also be subject to emissions pricing. So I'll say it again, 50% of our emissions are from agriculture. Mostly that's methane from, enteric methane. And multiple governments have said they will be priced. And, no, it's okay, thanks. Apologies for the coughing, it's just a permanent thing in a sandy area. And I guess the thing is that the farmers are saying to us, well, there'll be leakage. And maybe there will, and we will try and manage that to some extent through free allocation. But I guess the thing that annoys them more is they don't receive any subsidies at all, and so they'll be competing against countries with significant agricultural subsidies. And so I've heard at this very conference and at the Methane Pledge last night, the wonderful amounts of money being given to farmers to help them with their methane. So, there's an irony there, and it's a problem for us. So, of course, some of our farmers are saying, well, when we are priced, we think we better talk about carbon border adjustments. But what we've got is a very, as you say, asymmetrical context here, and I think we need to be supporting everybody to come onto the carbon pricing page, even in the simplest form, in a simple tax, for example. But of course, and to take a step back, before you can tax, you have to stop subsidising. So, you've got a spectrum of how far down the carbon pricing experience jurisdictions are. Those who have had ETSs for years and are now thinking about carbon border adjustments, through to those who are still subsidising, and then there's those in the middle who, So it's a complicated landscape.
It really is. I grew up on a Waikato dairy farm, so it's a landscape very, very dear to my heart. And the ICC, most of its members are SMEs globally. And every single one of those farmers, or not so much now, there's more aggregated farming, but for still very many of New Zealand's farmers are, one man, one woman, one couple, one family businesses. And they're already struggling. And those no subsidies, which was when I was in pre-teens, the subsidies were gone, and it was impactful. You add on top of that a carbon price, and and just it's difficult to make a living. So this pain is real, and it's not limited to emerging markets, to lower income countries. It's across the board, and there needs to be a balance. And food production, food supply chains, food security is just as important as this renewable infrastructure. There's no point having beautiful renewable power generation and nothing to eat. Lisa, with Canada, I mean, so much I want to ask you, but I think I will just leave you to come on with following on from what Kay said in terms of the key thing here is making market carbon pricing mechanisms work in confluence with other policy mechanisms, including subsidies or equal removal of subsidies. And I feel now there's enough in the GST draft language and the Glasgow cover decision that I can say the quiet part out loud: fossil fuel subsidies, because they're the other side of the coin. As you're phasing one down, phasing one out, there's carbon pricing mechanisms are constantly fighting this fight against fossil fuel subsidies. So what are your views on how all of this can be made to operate well, but where are the danger zones?
Well, let me try two things in response.
No, that worked.
It was good. Okay, thank you. Let me steal a page from the book of human rights. And the adage is, same is not always equal. The same treatment doesn't always result in equal treatment. And then the second thing is, in relation to the Paris Agreement, we moved from a top-down mechanism of the Kyoto Protocol, where we tried to impose the same approach on countries with vastly different development profiles, emission profiles, technology capacity, and human resource capacity. And we moved because it didn't work well for many parties. It did work well for some. For many parties, we weren't getting what we needed. So the bottom-up approach of the Paris Agreement, and in particular, Article 6 with Article 6.2, that allows for like-minded countries to cooperate in achieving those emission reductions, and Article 6.4, which allows for standardization from a bottom-up project approach, is very important. And there's a perception in general that this needs to take a certain form. One of the beauties of Article 6.2 is it doesn't. You can get at those fossil fuel subsidies in a different way. And I just want to play with this common misperception here. There's perception that, an open-based mechanism that allows for creative cooperation will result in the Wild West of non-standardized, substandard, voluntary market mechanisms. The voluntary market isn't always the lower standard. In many instances, in particular in relation to renewable energy, it's a higher standard. Voluntary market does not allow for credits for renewable energy writ large. Article 6.4 will, if we import the associated CDM methodologies. So let's look at that very carefully. Let's not take a one-size-fits-all approach. Let's maximize the mobilization of capital into precisely the types of projects that we need it, where we need it. Let countries cooperate. Let companies mobilize funds in a way that's very secure, with assurance of not having a greenwashing complaint. I'm very glad that you mentioned the VCMI. I sit as an expert on the expert advisory group, and that's the intent. Make demand certain, predictable, and non-actionable.
And companies and private sector. So business being part of this solution and very much coming into the room and fronting up as being part of the solution, not just as the army to help build the infrastructure, but also to move this capital flow, right? To mobilize the capital, but shift, transition the flow direction. How is the I wanted to ask Teppo and Jose Luis what's needed, but just before I do that, I think the more valuable question for the people in this room, for business and industry representatives, might be answered by Ambassador Harrison and by Lisa about how can business and industry and the ICC, as the bingo representative official observer for business and industry, best make itself available to the UNFCCC process. And I ask the question against having read the GST text this morning, which at one point, I think option 2 at paragraph 89 talks about those outside the UNFCCC process as a reference to non-party participants. And this is an international law process between states, so technically and legally, that is correct. But this transition requires both. So how best, both at a national level, at a local level, but also here at this level, can business and industry communicate to states and to the negotiators that it is here, doesn't have the answers necessarily, but it's tried some solutions. How can it best facilitate getting us to this goal of 1.5 in relation to carbon, specifically in relation to carbon pricing?
Thanks. It's a really good question. I think business is absolutely critical. There's no question about it. Every one of us and every sector and every part of humanity has a role to play, and they must step up and play it. There is no one. There's no demonization. It's not. This is not the fault of oil and gas or farmers or anything. We are all living in a humanity that is hooked on fossil fuels and has built a lifestyle that isn't sustainable. So we all must look and see what part we play. In New Zealand, we've asked businesses, or we've required businesses to make disclosures about their climate risks. We think that's in their interests as well as our own. It means that they will make better investment decisions. It will mean that they make climate risk-related decisions, and that means that they will be more profitable and that they will be more sustainable. But the other thing is our businesses are recognising that with each other there's a lot of there's the opportunity for peer pressure. And so many of our businesses are stepping up and doing more than we ask of them as governments, because they are supplying into other companies that are taking this very, very seriously. So, for example, our milk producers have got our suppliers to Nestle or Danone, and they are saying, we want your milk because it is sustainable, or we will not take your milk if it is not. And so we can do this with each other. It's time to stop looking to governments to solve things, or expecting that this is about oil producers or something, and start asking ourselves, how can we use our position in the supply chain, or whatever the nature of our business is, to incentivise the action that we need to see for 1.5.
Magic. And the consultation with the farmers, he waka reka noa. Do you want to translate that for the non-Māori speakers in the room?
He waka eke noa is a proverb, and it means we are all in the same canoe together.
So waka is canoe. So it always spoke to me, and that was the government's consultation with the farmers about these very problems that Kay's talking about that New Zealand's been going through. So this is, I have always say, implementation of the Paris Agreement is the ultimate public-private partnership at every level. Lisa.
Boy, that was well summarized. Implementation is the ultimate public-private partnership in particular. But in relation to making your voice known, let me do a shout out for Sophie and Sandra and the team in the room who do such an excellent job at intervening at all points where we have a voice. And the key thing is, it doesn't end at the COP. At each point where you can provide on a draft, on subsequent domestic policy, on positions going into the COP, simple, consolidated, business-friendly must-haves. It is very useful. So I really do encourage you to work with these very talented people to do just that. And I didn't know the commonality between Canada and New Zealand in relation to, we have the same Indigenous saying, which is we are all in the same canoe or tent. Yeah.
I didn't know that either. Am I allowed one question? I can't see Emma to say no to me, so I'm allowed one. Yeah, she gave me the thumbs up. Do we have a question from anybody? Yes, please.
Per from the Norwegian Confederation. Could I ask the panel what you think will be the result of CBAM?
So you open up the floor, we get the CBAM bomb. Off you go, Tim.
Thanks, Pierre. This gives me the opportunity to address the big elephant in the room in the global stocktake negotiations. Now, of course, as Wendy said, you referred to the OECD report that says that actually most of the increase in carbon pricing is in the existing measures, and that asymmetry will continue to grow. We have a new EU legislation that will expand and tighten the existing EU ETS, expanded to new areas, including maritime, and also later into transport and heating of buildings. And there is, of course, a good reason for that asymmetry, because developing nations need to lead in emissions reduction. But that should also follow, they should also follow the understanding that there must be measures to prevent leakage. Now, the existing measures to prevent leakage have been, for example, the free allowances. There are also some national measures that the EU legislation allows, such as emissions trading compensation. And Finland has designed those so that companies that are using them are required to invest a certain percentage, over half of that, into electrification of industries. So measures to prevent leakage can also drive decarbonization. So then on to the CBAM, and I'm a member of the National Working Group on the implementation of the CBAM, and it came into force in October. There's a reporting period, and the CBAM certificates start rolling from 2026. So this is really going from theory into practice. The CBAM is non-discriminatory in a sense that all companies and actors have the chance to avoid it through driving down their emissions and or having a national scheme for carbon pricing in place. And this is, of course, very important to be in accordance with WTO rules, and also to be in accordance with WTO rules, the free allowances in those sectors that are in, like steel, aluminum, fertilizers, will be driven down in the European Union. Now, I understand the point from developing nations' perspective that they need a lot of support in capacity building to address this. And the point of the CBAM is not to raise revenue for the European Union. In the opposite, the best way for it to function would be that it raises no revenue if it reaches the objectives of driving decarbonization throughout the world and preventing carbon leakage. But the European Union, I think, should be working with trading partners to support them in taking their own carbon pricing schemes. Now, you asked about the impacts of the CBAM. It will for sure increase the price of these products within the European market. So it will be, in the end, paid by European industries and European consumers, for example, in the price of steel in manufacturing and so on. And of course, this needs to be somehow addressed within the European Union. There is also a deficiency from the industry point of view that there are no export rebates. So when the free allowances are driven down, European companies will be competing in third markets with a higher carbon pricing and no free allowances. So this is something that we will need to address in the industries. But let's hope that this will really drive forward global carbon pricing and not hinder trade between European Union and third countries, because that, of course, is not the purpose. And we as a business community must work together to address the administrative burden and try to keep that as low as possible so that trade can flow.
What Kay said to what business can do without waiting for states. Nestle is working with Fonterra, New Zealand's biggest cooperative dairy company, and its main customer. Their main customer is one of its major customers is Nestle. Nestle buy a huge amount of their milk product from them. They are working with individual farmers and farming groups to help inset their carbon so that Nestle can buy it without incurring the tax on when it comes on its way back through the EU. So there are all sorts of potential benefits, but what about potential downsides, Lisa and Kay? I don't think we can leave, and Jose Luis, I don't think we can leave half the story told. Yeah, from Brazil.
I want to point out another thing that about the CBAM and the problem that you pointed out. The problem is not the CBAM. This is the other. We have another problem. The problem is that during the last 10 years, nobody makes nothing about the decarbonization except the electrical sector. Nobody makes nothing. If you have a look to the energy, primary energy, matrix, we are 82% constantly based on fossil fuels. And in 2 years, nobody wants to, no one from the private sector, nobody will invest 1 penny on renewables. We are talking about triple the capacity, but if we are displacing in 60% of the markets, only renewable displace renewable. Who wants to have this problem? We need to achieve other mechanisms in order to decarbonize the other sectors, and this goes in cascades. All the policy blah 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 that we have on that is because we need to go very strict to the other sectors in order to decarbonize fertilizer, shipping, etc. Don't my suggestion from the business side, don't be procrastinating or distracting about the small pilots that you are seeing in the market. The great transformation should become from another wave of decarbonization of the next generation of businesses, of sectors. And to do that, we need this linkage between the 6.2, 6.4, the carbon pricing, the carbon markets, because all of them will encourage that the next wave of the decarbonization that will occur by ammonia and H2 occur. If not, we have no incentive to expand our capacity on renewables because nobody pays for that, and we are cannibalizing our own production in all the jurisdictions that we are talking about, because all of them have heavily invested, including the US, to incentivize the spread of the renewables. And this is the elephant in the room. This is the elephant in the room. The room is now plenty of blah, 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 but the problem is that nobody will invest on that if we have not achieving on time 6.2, 6.4, and also in order to decarbonize the other sectors. Don't be distracting about that. This is the real problem. We are not incentivized to invest more in renewables if we have not the next wave of decarbonization of the other sectors.
Lisa, 1 minute.
I'm going to feed in very briefly at 2 aspects of unknown consequences of CBAM. The first is it gives a significant boost to the African Carbon Markets Initiative. There is certainly a lower carbon emission development pathway that's there to be had, and I believe that CBAM gives a boost to that. The second, which nobody talks about, is that it's likely to drive bipartisan action on legislation in the United States. The United States has not been able to pass associated emission reduction legislation in the form of a cap or a baseline and credit pricing system. It's done it all through subsidies through the Inflation Reduction Act. The one thing where you get Republicans and Democrats agreeing on is the border carbon adjustment mechanism. There's draft legislation being prepared by Senators Kennedy and Cassidy, and boy, January 1st, I think, is going to be a new push for that to happen. So very interesting to see how that will happen.
We love the law of unintended consequences. Look, we ran over. Sorry, Tenant. We won't have time. Emma's given me that. Thank you. I just wish I could keep you all in a box all day and talk to you. Thank you to our panelists so much. Thank you all for staying late. Share my appreciation, and we appreciate all of your work. Apologies from Kelly. She's outside in the traffic, and she has been for about an hour. So if you've got anyone trying to get in, they're going to have trouble. But her apologies. We will. If I say we'll have her next year, then we have to do more work. So maybe we'll have something else next year. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to ICC. Ray, who is the hands behind this report. Sorry, Ray.
from bringing the trade and climate communities together for COP28. A few days ago, we heard the UN Secretary General call for all hands on deck as we face up to climate chaos and the multiple injustices that fuel it. The panelists we have with us today give us a good snapshot of what all hands on deck really means. And I'd like to thank them for taking the time to really share their ideas and experiences with us. And for our conversation, I want us to pick up that call from the Secretary General and consider how we can best protect the world's forests while making sure we don't worsen the same injustices that have brought us to the brink of climate calamity. First, we know that forests are crucial for climate change mitigation, providing a carbon sink to help undo some of the damage we've wrought. That's just one of their benefits, from improving soil health to providing a home for most of the world's terrestrial species. There's little we don't owe to our forests. As one young lady from the indigenous community in Brazil said, we are the forest. But these same forests are under threat, not least from climate change itself. They face greater exposure to invasive species and pests and suffer storms and fires that decimate their populations in one fell swoop. These threats also come from economic activities that provide jobs and incomes, especially in the agricultural sector, and play a major role in global trade. To put this in numbers, forests provide livelihoods for 1.6 billion people, including many indigenous peoples. And these forests are also disappearing fast. According to FAO, the world lost a full 420 million hectares of forest between the years 1990 and 2020. That's why governments are increasingly looking at how trade policy can help tackle deforestation. The most high profile of these, of course, is the EU regulation on deforestation-free products. The transition period for this regulation ends in just about 1 year. The transition period, that means the clock is winding down fast for businesses to comply, which is a truly Herculean task. Again, let's look at the numbers. Sierra Leone, Tokelau, and Sao Tome and Principe together send 90% of their cocoa to the European Union. That means that if their producers can't show that they comply with the EU regulation, the EUDR, they risk being shut out of that market, even when they may already be taking big steps to tackle deforestation and produce more sustainably. But it's not just the European Union introducing regulations to tackle deforestation across the value chain. The United Kingdom is also exploring the regulation of forest risk commodities, and we're seeing many others actively engaged in this area. That's why ITC has brought together thousands of stakeholders who in one way or another have shown us that we're actually further along in tackling deforestation than we think. What they made clear was that we have to look at local initiatives already in place, see how to scale them up, and show how they could align with the new regulations. These conversations were revelatory, and they've led us to craft the following 5-point plan. 1, we're going to continue bringing all hands on deck, from small businesses to regulators, from business support organizations to major industry players, to find solutions that enable compliance with regulations like the EU's. 2nd, we're tailoring our research and market analysis to these new regulations, helping producing countries understand just how much they may be affected, including the small businesses. 3rd, we're looking at where there are schemes in place, like voluntary sustainability standards and national certification schemes, that could be partially or fully aligned with these new regulations, and how to demonstrate that. We're already doing that in Malaysia, for instance, given their national palm oil standard. 4th, we're working with small businesses and cooperatives as they advance on their sustainability journeys and make their practices more environmentally friendly. For instance, we've been working with actors throughout Ghana's cocoa value chain to make dynamic agroforestry a greater part of cocoa production. There are now 400 new agroforestry plots and 2,500 climate-smart plots. As those numbers grow, so does the level of carbon dioxide that gets banked into these forests, all the while helping farmers become more resilient to climate change impacts and also increasing their income. And fifth and finally, we're bringing together some of our most successful online tools and platforms to create a deforestation-free trade gateway. Think of it as a bridge between industry importers and suppliers in producing countries. It will help everyone involved understand the requirements of specific deforestation-related measures and access the necessary information to meet due diligence requirements. To deliver on this 5-point plan, I'm calling for a transition fund at ITC for small businesses and producer organizations. And that's where we need your support. We need champions for this transition fund and all hands on deck to make it happen. We want to make sure it delivers results that help spare the world from climate calamity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edie. I think the Executive Director has illustrated very, very well why protecting and conserving our forests is so critical and should be a global priority. So with me on this stage, I have a very distinguished panel of speakers. They're incredibly knowledgeable. And with them, I would like to facilitate a meaningful, very solutions-oriented dialogue, which I hope that you will participate in as well. We're going to highlight national and international efforts of forest protection. We're going to look at private sector initiatives, innovative sustainable business models, enabling policy solutions, and we'll explore how businesses, smallholders, local communities, indigenous peoples can prepare for this changing landscape, the changing frameworks that they're faced with today. So on the stage with me, I have Raoni Rajao. He's the Director of the Department of Policies to Deforestation and Burning Control of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change from Brazil. And I've got Hong Tran, who's from the Climate Excellence Center of the Fair Trade Association in Vietnam. Peter Justice Derry from Ghana, Director of Environment, Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. And Kimo Fati, who is no stranger to ITC. We've worked a lot with you in the Gambia. He's the founder and director of Green Up Gambia. But I'm going to start over in Brazil, which plays a really crucial role in the global effort to combat deforestation. Would love to hear from you some key initiatives and strategies that Brazil has implemented to address deforestation and promote sustainable practices, as well as how you're addressing the issue of deforestation-free value chains.
Well, first of all, good afternoon. I think it's already past noon, so it's a really pleasure to be here. So Brazil, being the country that in absolute terms deforests the most globally, which also has the biggest forests, big tropical forests, of course it has a big role to play and also has built up a long trajectory in relation to that. First of all, as deforestation became a public policy in the 90s, the country struggled to find a formula, to find a set of policies to reduce deforestation. And only in the early 2000s, we've actually found a way to work forward, which has had two main elements. So on the one side was that to control deforestation, that's not only the role of the Minister of Environment, that's a government integrated policy that needs to be developed. So that's why it was created a plan, the Deforestation Prevention and Control Plan for the Amazon, PPCDAM, which started at the ministerial level, headed by the Chief of Staff of the President himself. Of course, technically, we have the leadership of the Minister of Environment, but we need to have everybody on board. Because if you have, for instance, on the one hand, the Minister of Environment beefing up law enforcement, but on the other hand, you have subsidies for deforestation or big infrastructure projects in the wrong place, then all that work is going to be undone. So you really need to have all those elements coordinated. And thanks to that policy, we indeed were able to reduce deforestation by 83% between 2004 and 2012, being the single country to have most contributed to climate change mitigation in the world so far. We've actually saved 5 gigatons of CO2 emissions during that period. And but of course, that also depends on continuing policy support. And in recent times, we had a government, it had a very different policy, and one of its actually policies was the abandonment of the plan that was so successful. And as a result of that, deforestation doubled. So as you can see, we know how to do it. We already know that if you don't do it, the results are bad. And now we have this big challenge of reconstructing and learning from past lessons. That's under my directorship, but also improving from that. And one of the main new challenges we have right now is indeed not only to do law enforcement and do monitoring at a one-by-one case, but to work with supply chains as to make sure that you have a transformative process which involves not only monitoring, control, and traceability, but also support for farmers so that they can actually find a path outside illegalities. That's why environmental regularization is something which is as important as, of course, punishing those which are doing illegal deforestation. The UDR policy mentioned really brings many challenges here, and I think and from our analysis, actually, the main challenge is not really the amount of agricultural produce linked to deforestation. In some cases, in some areas, it can be up to 20% of the total produce. But for most of Brazil, actually only 2% of farmers in Brazil do have illegal deforestation. So in case of 98% of farmers, they do not. The main challenge for us is the burden of proof. How can you put up a system or create a data flow that provides, from the side of the buyers, security in their due diligence process that they are buying from deforestation-free supply chains? Because if they're caught, as we know, the fines are very heavy, and also the way in which the policy is being implemented is also something which concerns us, because there is a lot of stake and not much carrot. And even though the policy itself, in Article 28 of the UDR, they are saying that they are going to support technically and financially countries for that transition. We would like to see more of that. And so that would be, I believe, one of the main challenges ahead here.
Thank you very much. Really, really interesting. A few points that you made. Indeed, this integrated approach and the coherence, a really good lesson and experience that we will certainly be sharing in the readout from this meeting. Maybe for you to think about, I had a couple of follow-up questions. One was around, you mentioned the reduction in deforestation, that was massive. What sort of incentives or led to this happening, and did you see any economic benefits, or what were the economic implications of that drastic reduction in deforestation?
So there were actually two main policies which drove deforestation down. One was the strengthening of law enforcement agencies. So the reduced deforestation, it is also a police work, because it is very lucrative to do illegal deforestation, especially in Brazil, in which most of deforestation is done by big farmers, which is not the case of other countries, but in the case of Brazil, that certainly is. So you have really to make sure that people are not becoming rich by doing illegal deforestation. And on the other side, it is basically one of the also problems we have, that we still have, even now, about 100 million hectares of land which is undesignated. So it's basically public land which is seen by the forest as up for grabs. So we have this ongoing land grabbing process, and then people basically take possession of that. They even sell it for profit. And if you don't designate that land, which could be for conservation, but also for forest people, also for indigenous people. And that also has been a central part of what we have done in the past, and that's also something we are retaking right now. Of course, now we also want to move forward to the economic instruments and also to the economic incentives, including payment for ecosystem services and support, technical support for small farmers. That's a big part of that as well. However, we believe that that's need to build upon this strong institutional basis. There is no payment for ecosystem service in the world that's going to pay up for the profits of illegal loggers. If you don't have actual police work, if you don't push them outside the markets. Then you don't open space where, so in a situation where carrots can actually have a good effect.
Perfect. And you make a good point as well as about the requirements of the EUDR and the information requirements. This is exactly why ITC identifies the need for tools and support to help actors in the supply chain collect that information in an efficient manner. So this is one of the areas that ITC is looking at and developing a pilot to see how we can, a pilot platform working with European industry all the way to the producer level to help gather that information. Now we go to the other side of the world, we go to Vietnam and fair trade. This is a really important movement. I don't think, well, there are few people in the world, I'd imagine, that don't know about fair trade. We all know about fair trade. And you work a lot on supply chain sustainability. We wanted to know a bit how fair trade is supporting producer communities in light of climate change, as well as, you know, market compliance requirements, as well as all the new regulations and, you know, the increasing complexity that producers are having to face.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm from Vietnam, but I'm represent for producer network of producer from Pacific and Asia. In fact, we are one of the producer network among the 3 producer network, including Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Africa. So it's very good chance for us to share about how we support our producer dealing with climate change and deforestation. As well as all of us staying here, we know very well that the UNDR will make more responsibility from the trader on the deforestation. And within fair trade, I think from the beginning of the century, within our standard, we have clear regulation on our standard about banning deforestation when they join with our organization, when they certify with fair trade. But recently, fair trade just passed the new standard for cocoa and coffee, of which we really changed and try to make the producer to be prepared with all the regulation regarding to EUDR. Our revising standard coffee and cocoa producer prioritize protection of forest and ecosystem, monitoring deforestation risk, and devising robust plan of prevention and mitigation. They at the level of Fair Trade International, at the level of producer network at the region. Say for example, in producer network of ASEAN Pacific, we have many projects to ensure that producer to be coupled with the EUDR. In the global, our objective to prepare our producer to be ready before December 25 in compliance with the EUDR. At the region, we have many projects, such as recently we have the project partnership with the Secretariat region in order to have the geolocation that allow that gathering and sharing across the fair trade supply chain about deforestation. It including 5 steps. The first step, the producer, they themselves will collect the data and send back to fair trade to clean the data. They will send to the Secretariat region to check the data and to check the point of deforestation. Then the Secretariat region will send back to the producer to do the route truthing. And then the FLOCERT is a certification and auditing body. Will get the data for the auditing to ensure that we are compliant to the EUDR. So this is one of our projects, and more than that, most of the producer network directly to try to support the producer, not just to meet the requirement or the regulation. We do more for the sustainable. We do more for protecting our environment, our world, our earth. Say, for example, we have the project on solar panel that reduce the use of the producer in using the fossil energy instead of using the clean energy, alternative energy. And we have the million tree project in our region to plant more tree to combat to the deforestation. And this initiative, including not just only farmer certified by fair trade, but the youth, the student in the school, and other people in the community, because we want to bring the strong message to all people in the community that protecting the environment is important, protecting our earth is important. So, I'm end of my time.
I think let's pause for now and maybe come back.
Yeah.
You made some really interesting comments. It sounds, the compliance, getting to compliance with EUDR, two thoughts crossed my mind. One was it sounds costly and complex. And secondly, will this even be accepted by the European Union? So it's an internal process within the network, but will it be accepted by the European Union? And third, I would love for us to discuss a bit after your experiences on that, because it sounds really, really rich. I'm going to come across to Ghana, to Mr. Peter Derry. Actually, Ghana is a place where ITC is very active, including, as the executive director mentioned, working a lot in the cocoa value chain. Ghana is a front runner in many ways, including being a founding member of the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership. We would like some insights from you on the expectations of the partnership. We've seen some exciting announcements already this week at the COP. So tell us a bit about this partnership and what you're doing, how it promotes sustainable business practices as well. We keep the economic dimension in the discussion. Over to you, Peter.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vanessa, and good morning to everyone also. Yes, so for us, the forest sector is very, very critical for a number of reasons. First and foremost, if you look at the forest, agriculture, and other land use put together, we are looking at 44.6% of emissions from that sector. And that brings to the fore that the forest together with other land uses is the highest when it comes to emissions, according to our inventories. So if we want to reduce emissions, it means that that has to be a sector that we need to deal with. Secondly, 6% of GDP is coming from that sector in Ghana. And we get about $220 million annually from wood products. Okay, I can go on and on and on. And so the forest sector, as far as the economy is concerned, as far as climate is concerned, as far as job creation is concerned, is very critical to Ghana. And so that's why we prioritize that sector in our NDCs. And so a number of things have been put in place in terms of policy. We have revised our forest and wildlife policy. We have gone ahead to develop specific regulations for that sector. We have developed the RED Plus strategy. We have a forest development program, and then also forest plantation program. These policies and programs that have been put in place are what generally drives all that we do, whether in the cocoa forest area or in any other zone. But beyond that, there have been certain specific actions in relation to what we are talking about here, when we're talking about value chains and all that. We have introduced the stamp duty, which is a surcharge, on timber. This is a very critical issue to be able to control, the amount of timber that we cut and how we export that. Beyond that, Ghana, as we are all aware, or you may be aware, is part of the VPA, the Voluntary Partnership Agreement. And we have been able now to satisfy all the conditions. I think we are second to Indonesia, and as a result of that, we have certification for timber now, that's able to trace whatever timber that is coming from Ghana and where it is going. So that is also another critical area for us. Then beyond that, resource payment programs are ongoing. You are aware of what we got from the World Bank through the Forest Carbon Partnership Program. The payments that we receive, I think we are second in Africa to have gotten that. And so that tells the efforts that are ongoing. We have also reformed our land tenure systems. In the cocoa forest area, the issue was about land tenure. Who owns the trees in the cocoa farm? And so those reforms that we have made, especially with the implementation of what is known as the modified Tonga system, which we inherited from, I think, Brazil. Brazil has been practicing that some time ago. It's helping to encourage and motivate farmers to keep trees on farm, which is very critical, for us, because that is the only way. Because if there's no incentive, of course, definitely, the cocoa farmers will clear them, because they need more space to plant more cocoa. And so those reforms, and then benefit sharing reforms have also helped. We have come out with some benefit sharing reforms that helps those who keep these trees to benefit from whatever carbon that we are able to exchange for whatever revenues we are able to ensure that either individually or community collectively, they are able to get the benefit that comes from this carbon exchange, and which is very critical to incentivize and also encourage people. So all these things, from policy, regulation, to incentives, to all of that, has kind of created a difference. And from 2015, you will see that the forests have been recovering at a rate of 0.3%, which I think is good. If we continue this path, then definitely we should be meeting most of our targets and NDCs when it comes to the forest sector.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's extremely interesting. A quick follow-up question on the beneficiary reforms. Actually, as you were speaking, what was going through in my mind, Ghana is very organized. It sounds very, very organized. So I wanted to ask this about the beneficiary reforms. How does that work? If you're a smallholder farmer, an SME, how can you access the benefits?
Yes, so this process, in coming out with a scheme, generally, the process itself was not a top-down, but more of a bottom-up process. You need to sit with the communities. You need to agree with them, in terms of how the formula has to be designed. And then you need to look at how much energy, how much resources, how much time goes into producing the carbon that you are going to get. Who does that much? Is it government? No. It's the farmer. So all those factors. So you need to agree on the criteria and the principles that will guide the development of the beneficiary with the farmers, and not to develop one and impose it on them. So that's how we did it. And they themselves came out with the list of principles and the list of criteria that they believe should guide the formula. And that's how come. And now we have about almost 68% of the benefits going to the community and to the farmers. But we have two models. We have benefits that go to the farmer as an individual, and we have benefits that go to the community as a whole. Certain benefits to the community include the construction of feeder roads, schools, provision of bowls, and things like that. And then we have monetary benefits we also have non-monetary benefits and monetary benefits that goes to the farmer. The non-monetary benefits include farm inputs, spraying machines and other things that will help them to be able to do their farming. And we also have some little monetary benefits that also goes to help the farm.
And how did you set the price? I mean, the value.
Yes, so like I said, the parameters that you consider in terms of value and benefit depends on what goes into the production of the particular resource.
All right, thank you very much. Very interesting. That's another really excellent practice that would be great to really look at and see how we can scale up in other places. And Kimo, I come to you in the Gambia. Green Up, it's a grassroots organization. I know that you've been really actively involved in the Green Wall project. Would love to hear an update on that, but also generally about the work of the organization, how you're working with communities to empower them to generate livelihoods and to improve, the social benefits like education or health and so on.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Kemo. I founded a local grassroots organization, Green Up Gambia, but mostly our focus has been with fighting with our ministers of environment every now and again. This is simply because, the Gambia has been responsible for looting the southern part of Senegal, more than 1.6 million trees. Yeah, I am actually at loggerheads because currently she is degazetting one of our forest parks, which is, of course, against some of the international treaties that the Gambia have signed. So it's quite hypocritical that we appear here to be solving the climate issue when at home we are blatantly disregarding our forests and biodiversity. The Gambia has been responsible for looting the southern part of Senegal. More than 1.6 million rosewoods have been siphed into exports into the Chinese markets everywhere. And this is more than $500 million have been amassed to individual pockets and not even the country itself. Recently, there has been the Environment Investigation Agency has published a report on this. So definitely, it's just a camouflage where we appear that, we're doing something, but in reality, there is nothing that is being done on the ground that is worth commendable. And this has actually pushed people deeper into poverty. What we have done now, we have joined forces with the African Union in order to propel the Great Green Wall Initiative. And the only way that we believe that this would work is if communities themselves take their own power into their own hands. And how are we doing this? Recently, we've mobilized more than 295 villages in the North Bank region through district assemblies and citizens' assemblies. Communities themselves are drawing their own restoration blueprints. And this doesn't just involve only the farmers. It involves small businesses, businesses who are depending on ecosystem goods and services. They all come to the drawing board for several days and map out their areas of land which are degraded, areas of land, for instance, someone mentioned minimum tree cover. We even had a national policy dialogue on minimum tree cover, why farmers should keep trees on their farm. Sometimes in these assemblies, we come to understand that it is a lack of knowledge and awareness that is why these people think that, well, we need to clear off all of our forests. But when these dialogues are happening, they come in contact with even old-time farmers, some of the wisdom keepers of the land who will tell them, well, soil is a living thing and there is actual waste. So they agree with each other and they take their own power into their own hands. But what we fail to actually achieve is that when we say after our citizens' assemblies and drafting our community blueprints, we want a community fund that will power up those blueprints. But what happens is that the government will sectionize their own kind of involvement. They would always choose and pick communities that will abide by to what they say rather than a citizen's approach. So this ultimately draws us back to square zero. This has been the ultimate, and in fact, when it comes to small businesses like us, our focus is on, let's say, for instance, charcoal production is banned in the Gambia. I was inspired one time by an initiative from Ghana called Zarcoal. They're like, not a single tree is cut down from our forest. In Gambia, we have tons and tons of biomass lying down, but until today, we are still struggling with our self-built pyrolyzer to be producing that at a low scale. And the government themselves, when you see like the ministry or whoever goes down to those communities to actually talk to them about environment, they have these pickups and SUVs. They fill it up with charcoal and then drive it back to town. We're seeing that on a daily basis, and nobody speaks of this. When we are coming here, they have to tell us, okay, not to say these things. But these are the truths that we must tell each other. For instance, sometimes I like to tell Germany, you are saying that diesel cars should not drive in your cities, but you send them all the way back to our countries as if it's not the same atmosphere. Your waste is your responsibility. So somehow, as civil societies and people who are working, we're just tired of the hypocrisy around this climate crisis. It needs to be holistic. We need to do it from our heart. And in order to do it, we have to listen to the people whose hands are directly in the soil. We are the people who suffer the most, and most of the time, it's always about camouflaging and speaking nicely. So today when I was coming, I was like, today I would speak of the realities on the ground and not try to mask anything. They are here, but when we go back home, 82.5 hectares of forest is going to disappear in the Gambia today. And that is where I am currently trying to stop. I'm trying to engage with the IUCN and anyone who can help to speak to our government to spare this forest. So.
Thank you very much, Kimo, for that really powerful rally to action. Wow. That really left me with goosebumps, and I absolutely.
Now, I was just asking, what do they do with the charcoal that they pick up to go back?
Well, they use it for fuel wood. Normally, people have gases, but in Gambia, charcoal is predominantly what we use for cooking. So it's cheaper in those areas because the people don't have any livelihood means when it's dry season. We only have 3 months of rainfall. So if the farmer plants his cash crop after the rain ends, the only thing he can do is get into the forest and bring down trees and make charcoal because this is easy money. And they put it right on the road because they know that it's the people who are traveling all the way back to the combos that will take it because it's cheaper. Otherwise, the truck that brings it on a supply, the price maybe triples. So if I am, for instance, having a pickup and I work for the government of the Gambia, I'll be scrolling down from region to region. And in this way, it's just cheaper to just put a charcoal behind. We make this joke amongst ourselves. It's not something that they do. They see it every day. And if I go down to say, well, guys, can you help us scale up my pyrolyzer? Nobody wants to speak to me because I'm speaking ill of the government. So this is what is happening. They try constantly to frustrate people or activists that are trying to fight against this. They would suppress our initiatives. Sometimes these people will even create what we call briefcase NGOs. Let's go down and properly scrutinize what is happening with the Jeff Small Grants program in many of these countries. You have a guy who is at top government level. He's creating a fictitious NGO that will just gather 5 or 6 people in communities where they know their people and give them those grants. When there are organizations with track records and doing, substantial work who would actually struggle to get this just because we're speaking the truth.
Thank you, Kimo. I think your call to action really highlights 2 important things. Number 1, they need to have all hands on deck. And we see this, with the different types of solutions and progressive initiatives from really diverse solutions that we come across. So that's number 1. Number 2, the power of advocacy. And you're here. I'm sure that your call to action will be heard. It's certainly heard by ITC. I'm sure it's heard by, I see colleagues from many different organizations who hear this call for action and may be in a position to, to raise their visibility on that. But now I would like to turn to the audience a little bit and get some more inputs and to continue this really rich dialogue. I know that I see some colleagues here. I see you, Sophia, from Climate and Company. It's a European think tank. You've done quite a bit of work, are doing quite a bit of work on on Brazil's positioning towards the EU regulatory framework, amongst many other things. And it would be lovely to hear your perspectives on what you've heard here and what you've been working on. Can someone, you have a microphone. Oh, it's not Sophia speaking.
Sophia will speak as well.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paula. I'm an international policy analyst at Climate & Company. It's a sustainable finance think tank based in Germany. We're a non-profit and independent, and we have been studying the EUDR among other Green Deal related regulations at an EU level, but especially our work is to understand how these regulations then impact producing countries. So for example, we're working a lot in Brazil. We're also going to start a new project involving other countries in Latin America, but also in Africa and Southeast Asia. And it's very interesting to hear what you're all saying, the different initiatives. It made me very happy to hear from you, Mr. Tranbang, about having a lot of initiatives and projects within fair trade to implement the EUDR, because this is exactly what we are trying to understand better, where initiatives are happening in different parts of the world. How can we enable, as part of our project, this dialogue between countries that are really in the next year going to have to address this and how to adapt. And one focus that we really have is in this just transition, right? How to involve the smallholders, how the different actors are being affected by the EUDR, but also how they are responding. So one of the things that we are, for example, working is with exporting associations, seeing, okay, for example, in Brazil or in other countries, how are they reacting to this? So we say, okay, this is an initiative that is already happening, or other actors. And our message that we want to transmit to the European Union is that in producing countries, there is a lot that is already being done. However, as also you mentioned, Mr. Ronnie, there's the Article 28 that we want to see more, but we also want to understand more where this financing needs to go, which are the sectors, which are the actors, the countries, I think it's all of them, where this financing need to go. So yes, I will pass it to my colleague Sophia that wants to also just comment on a project that we're working on.
Thank you, Paula, and thank you everyone for the great presentations. So before mentioning about the SAFE project that we're going to start working, which is focused on the financial mechanisms that have been currently in place in these countries to stop deforestation, I just want to mention that we are working on a joint letter with different organizations from the EU and non-EU countries. And the main goal is to propose at least 3 concrete recommendations for the implementation of the UDR. The first one is to enhance the cooperation between the EU and non-EU countries. The second is to have more transition finance to support the different actors throughout the supply chain to promote this transition from a conventional to a deforestation-free supply chain. And the third one is to, I forgot. Yes, the traceability. Yeah, to support non-European countries to implement the traceability and develop these national policies in this regard. So about the SAFE project that I would like to say just a few words is that Climate & Company is going to start working on this project in cooperation with the GIZ. SAFE stands for Sustainable Agriculture for Forest Ecosystems, and the main goal is to map the financial instruments, as I mentioned, that are currently in place, what are the gaps, what are the needs, and then we are going to have this concrete mapping to bring more information to the supply chain about what should be done and how to promote this to change ideas between countries, because as Paula mentioned, here we have great examples, but we need to enhance, to strengthen the cooperation between these countries, and then this is one of the goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will take another comment from our UN colleague, Amy Duchel from FAO. Amy is a team leader in the forestry division of FAO, and then I open up the floor. Please start thinking about your comments, your questions, your reflections. We'd really love to engage with you and hear from you on this topic.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So First thing I need to clarify, I'm not Amy Duchel. For those who know Amy, I haven't changed. I represent Amy. I'm Nadine Valade. I work in FAO. I work on the FAO-GCF partnership, but Amy could not attend, and she asked me to come in here. So thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you for the panelists' very interesting comments that were made. And sometimes I think we forget, but agriculture and forestry must coexist, and they mutually support each other. And I think not so long ago, agriculture and forestry were decoupled. You know, there were two different things. It was very pleased to hear today that this is really something that everyone agrees it has to go hand in hand. And this will be a way to enable a transformation of the way we produce our commodities, from timber to coffee, cocoa, and livestock. And we spoke a lot about coffee and cacao. FAO supports countries. So FAO is a food and agriculture organization of the United Nations, and we support countries in achieving their climate targets. But we also, or in parallel to that, we work extensively upon demand to support decoupling agriculture from deforestation and biodiversity loss. I think the biodiversity loss is also a very important concept to add to this conversation. We also support countries in generating knowledge, and we support policy decisions and provide technical assistance through the flagship program, the UNRED. We promote collaboration and partnership through the UN Forest and Food Systems Coalition, and we mobilize transformative action on the ground through the Green Climate Fund funding. So both through the RED Plus pilot programs, the results-based payment programs that was in place with GCF, but also would like to speak very quickly about a very interesting project funded by GCF in Côte d'Ivoire, where FAO is supporting the government of Côte d'Ivoire. And this project is building on previous pilot projects which have supported agroforestry schemes. And through these projects, farmers will be encouraged to carry out non-deforestation practices through the promotion of organic and fair trade cocoa production. We are supporting farmers to also access markets, because no need to produce cacao in a better way if farmers cannot access the market. In this project, all stakeholders of the cacao value chain are fully involved and associated. And we are also compiling data and generating data to reduce emission by implementing innovative low-carbon land use models in 30 selected villages. So I think that's a really important one. Very quickly, fully support the regulations as the EU, and hopefully others will come. Just want to mention that FAO has been working with OECD and developed the OECD FAO Business Handbook on deforestation and due diligence for agricultural supply chain. And we test this in RED Plus projects in Colombia. Sorry.
Thank you, Nadine. I just wanted to give a chance for any others in the audience to comment before I come back to the panel to wrap up. So if there are any final comments, raise your hand now or hold, okay, one, and that will be, you're the lucky winner.
Thank you very much, and I'm waiting for my prize after the question. My name is Babatunde Edo, and I work with the ECOWAS community of ECOWAS community of states, so ECOWAS, but I speak in a private capacity. And I just want to ask Fatih and Justice, to what extent are you guys working together across the region, especially from your own side, to mobilize yourself? Because if you're working nationally, you're just singing, and you highlighted some of the constraints that you're facing. So, what kind of network do you have? Because in West Africa, on peace and security, there's West African organizations that kind of work together on peace and security issues as an environmental advocacy group. To what extent do you link with others, maybe in Ghana, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Burkina Faso, and other ECOWAS member states?
Maybe in the interest of time, I'm going to turn the question back to you to respond very quickly. How could an organization, a corporation organization like ECOWAS, support civil society movements such as Kimo's?
It means that my price is going to be double if I were to give you the answers. Well, the economic community of West African states, it consists of 15 member states. You know, structurally, you have head of state, ministers, but I don't work in the agricultural or environment department. I work in the external relations department. But I can link up with them to be able to give them some insight and information, and how they can do that.
We like solutions. That's great. So I hope you link up after this and at least have a chat. So to wrap up, I wanted to give the panelists the opportunity in one sentence, your key message, takeaway, you know, whatever's at the top of your mind after this interesting discussion.
Maybe just a little bit more than one phrase, but I think I think one of the main challenges here is that with the UDR, we are basically trying to reinvent the wheel in many topics. You know, countries have capabilities. Countries have already responded to different trade policies worldwide. And we should emphasize that on how to build upon national capabilities. And from that, build solutions which are universal, which are free for the farmer on the ground, so that are not discretionary and actually can be something, a force for good. I think that's one of the main challenges here.
It was worth the extra few words. Mr. Chan.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say for the farmer from Asia and Pacific, we can say, in fact, farmers across Asia and Pacific are facing extreme weather, quick crop coastal, and farming community of livelihood overnight. So we demand in this one, leader take action, either fund major climate adaptation support to the vulnerable, rapidly transition industry to solarity and cooperative to curb warming, or abandon people and planet alike to the hellish foreseeable future. With many in our Pacific losing everything impact one dub avoidable. We passionately implore COP28, no more empty promise that fail us. Deliver climate justice now to action, or no, this delivery unfathomable suffering. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. No more empty promises. Peter.
It's on already, okay. So what I can just say in conclusion is that to properly manage the forest, it is a multidimensional, multi-sectorial problem that requires a mix of dynamic solutions, different stakeholders, different policies and strategies. But all this must also come along with incentives that allow communities, allow farmers to contribute greatly to succeeding in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Kimo, let's see what you
think
take away.
I'm calling for more enhanced democratization of funding flows reaching the farmers and entities that it wasn't reaching before. When COVID-19 started, I was shocked the way that resources were able to reach our communities. So maybe we should kind of adapt to a similar model when it comes to how we distribute resources to our farmers on the ground. Because our farmers are really getting the benefits of agroforestry, but 90% of the cashews that we produce is being bought by middlemen. And before the year ends, we find ourselves back to $0 and we will have to cut down the forest to make more charcoal and sell. And you will not ask a farmer not to cut down the tree to make charcoal when there is no food in the pot. So we have to find ways.
Thank you. And thank you very much to the audience for being such an engaged audience. With that, I think we close the session and on to the next. Many thanks. Enjoy the rest of your COP.
All right, and I'll be presenting from here. Hi. One, two, 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 one, two. There's always a sempre tem jeitinho. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chantaline Carpentier. I'm the head of the Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development branch of the International Trade and Commodities Division. Can't hear? No? All right. Plan C? Plan C now? Anybody's mic? No, it doesn't work. It worked the whole day. We need a magician. No. I'll probably. Okay. Apologies, we're trying to fix the problem. They can hear us online. By the way, we're live stream. Now it's working. Okay. This is working too. There you go, Caroline. Okay. All right. Take two. My name is Chantaline Carpentier. I'm the head of the Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development branch at the UNCTAD International Trade and Commodities Division. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon here in the room at the Trade House, as well as people live at home watching online. We have a very interesting session this afternoon. You've all seen the title, Mitigating Climate Change with Trade-Related Regulations. And we have a great set of panelists to address these issues with us this afternoon. I would like to introduce you to the panelists and then just give some introductory remarks. So let me start with, at my far right here is Ms. Miro Shiratori. She is the acting director of the Division of International Trade and Commodities. Then we have next to her Heike Ho, who is our partner at the WTO and partner in the Trade House. And Heike Ho is the director of Trade and Environment Division at the World Trade Organization. Mr. Andrew Slipnev, right here, member of the board and minister for trade, Eurasian Economic Commission. Thank you for being with us. Right next to him is Lucas Ferraz, Secretary for International Affairs of the State of Sao Paulo and former Brazil Secretary for Trade. Then next to him is Ms. Nathalie Bernasconi Osterwalder. Did that pretty good, huh? Interim co-CEO and Vice President of the Global Strategies International Institute for Sustainable Development. And last but not the least, for sure, is our friend, Ms. Caroline Deer, Executive Director of the Forum of Trade, Environment, and the SDGs, better known as TESS. So thank you so much for being with us, and for those of you in the room and online. As you all know, trade, investment, and green development policies can be powerful tools to accelerate the implementation of climate goals, just transition towards zero, and the NDCs. Trade in particular can facilitate access to unverbally peripheral goods and services, technologies, and know-how, critical to boosting innovation and building capacity to support adaptation and mitigation effort in countries. And the head of our organization of UNCTAD and WTO and ITC and ICC were all together yesterday for the opening of the Trade Day, mentioning that they want to change the narrative from seeing trade as the bad guy to seeing trade as the good girl, because trade is actually necessary to achieve our climate objectives. So trade-related measures such as tariff, market-based mechanisms, subsidies, and technical regulation can facilitate energy transition, enhance the market for carbon-efficient product, and facilitate phase-out of unsustainable economic activities. At the same time, trade response measure can also lead to adverse outcome and spillover effect, such as reducing countries' competitiveness in affected sectors, particularly in developing countries. To increase our understanding of whether and how trade-related measures are integrated into national climate plan and how trade policies can support climate goals, we selected 60 developing countries and mapped their measures in their NDCs. The sample consider Africa, Asia, Pacific, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Middle East. We wanted to have a sample of the entire world. And with a diverse selection in terms of their level of emission, income, development level, geography, and biodiversity level. And as mentioned by SG Greenspan over the last 2 days, we identified more than 680 measures related to trade. Those trade itself is seldom mentioned in the nationally determined contribution of these 60 countries. Measure directly linked to the regulation of trade activities or the creation of market incentive or disincentive impacting trade, such as tariffs, taxes, or technical regulation, and measures indirectly linked to trade and primarily pursuing broader objectives such as increasing renewable energy production, promoting economic diversification, and green industrial policies were found in many of these NDCs. Through the analysis, we also found that measures for the first group, notably technical regulation, are mainly used to improve carbon efficiency of traded goods and promote the adoption of clean technologies. On the other hand, measures related to renewable energy and energy efficiency, green value chain development, and green industrial and economic policies are mostly and directly linked to trade. However, they have the potential to shape national production, competitiveness, and trade pattern. These measures appear as a significant entry point to make trade an engine for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. That is the true means of implementation that it's meant to be in the 17 SDGs. This mapping exercise is the first step in our effort to look at what trade-related measures are in NDCs so we can actually advise member states in the next generation of NDCs starting next year to better use those means of implementation of trade and investment in these NDCs to advance them further. Now, without further ado, let me start with our first round of questions for our panelists. Miro, can I start with you? Governments worldwide are enacting policies and regulations aimed at mitigating climate change. Many of them directly or indirectly influence international trade. The trade community called for these regulation non-tariff measures, and our colleague has done some work on this. So how common are they, what's their content, and what's their impact?
Thank you, Chanteline. I'm from United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and like Chanteline. And I think our work on the nexus between trade and the environment, I can say it in the kind of the two types. One is what you just mentioned. We are really looking at how trade policy can help and accelerate the implementation of nationally determined contributions. Another side is how the environment-related measures and regulations would influence trade. And that's the area that we're talking about, NTMs. And this is the second one that I just want to sort of share some information on the most recent study that we conducted. In fact, it was published yesterday, right, Chanteline? It's called, the title is called Trade Regulations for Climate Actions. New Insights from the Global Non-Tariff Measures Database. So we have, at UNCTAD, we have this global database of non-tariff measures, NTMs. that covers over 150 countries, which represents 95% of the world trade. The measurement groups include, we include around 20,000 measures, and also which can be broken down into the 19,000 distinct measures. Now, using this database, we developed an algorithm to find out, so what is the percentage of NTMs which are related to the environment environment protection or climate change. We found that the size, so, you were asked how common are they? The size-wise, the number of the measures-wise, it's only 2.6% of the entire measures. So it's not that much. And what kind of measures we found, what's their content? Over 60% are the measures related to the product standards, the requirements in terms of, for example, requirements on the emission levels of vehicles, labeling requirements on energy efficiency, on certain electric compliances, eco-design requirements to reduce energy consumption, and so on and so forth. Now, what's their economic impact? If there are only 2.6% of the measures are related to environment, what's the impact? Now, impact we found is quite huge, because these measures are actually applied to the industries and sectors which represents a huge, huge part of the international trade, like motor vehicles, like house and the industrial machineries. All these things which are traded widely and with a huge, huge values. So in fact, if you recall, I said the measure-wise, it's only 2.6% of entire measures are related to environment. In terms of trade values, it represents 26% of the world trade. So the impact-wise is quite a lot. Just an example of the magnitude, around 83% of global trade in motor vehicles, 83%, are subject to some of the environment-related NTMs. And that represents around 2.3 trillion US dollars. So that is the magnitude. Perhaps I should stop here and get it.
Thank you so much, Miro. Now, moving on, Heiko, what's the role of technical regulation in government's effort to decarbonize their economy?
Right. Sorry. This is on now, I believe. But in any case, is this better? It's great. Thanks very much. I think you and Miho have already cited a few of the highlights of what we're looking at. Let me just step back a little bit. When we're looking at many of these measures, we have to keep in mind that where we want to go, clearly towards more mitigation and more adaptation. So as we look at this as non-tariff measures, I think it's important to keep in mind what is the ultimate objective. Okay. So from our perspective at WTO, we've been studying a lot of technical regulations and standards, because these are the key areas that we find that have been notified to the WTO. Indeed, since 2015, since the Paris Agreement, over half, something like 50% of all climate measures notified to the WTO are in this space of regulatory measures. And what does that mean? In WTO terms, we're talking about technical regulations, conformity assessment procedures, bans, prohibitions, licensing requirements, quotas, and other quantitative restrictions. So it's really a big chunk of what we see at the nexus between trade and climate change. Is this a good or bad thing? It's a question that comes to us a lot, okay? And, from our perspective, that's not really the relevant question. I mean, of course, we want technical regulations and standards to do what they're meant to do. And they're meant to be addressing environmental objectives, in this case, climate objectives, to make products, for instance, more energy efficient, less wasteful, and so forth. That's certainly a good thing, and that's where we want things to be going. What we are concerned about is the potential for fragmentation, that if you have too too many diverse technical regulations, diverse technical standards. Difficult procedures to conform will have an impact on all suppliers, but particularly the least developed countries and developing countries. So we need to find a way to address these concerns of fragmentation, of capacity, and also in terms of the relevance of the standard and the regulation themselves. In this sense, WTO and WTO rules already play a role here. I mean, that's the purpose of our agreements. They are not directed necessarily just at climate change or environment in a particular category, but they are broad agreements and they cover rules and disciplines looking at these areas. The key agreement we have is the Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement. And I'll just finish here and just say that we just published, and you may have seen my Director General, Dr. Ngozi, has probably gone around a lot with this. This is the Trade Policy Tools for Climate Action. Within it, we have a section on regulations and certification, basically saying that there's great potential here to harness the power of regulation and certification to address climate mitigation and adaptation, but we can also do this in a way that supports trade and by reducing fragmentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I have to mention, I think SG Greenspan, my boss, mentioned we have to avoid the spaghetti ball of regulation and have some harmonization to reduce the cost to developing countries. Indeed. Thank you so much, Heiko. Let me move on to Minister Slepnev. Minister Slepnev, could you tell us a bit more of how in the countries from the Eurasian region are using the NTM and trade-related measures in advancing their climate goal, and what's the main challenge for the region?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Before our priorities, a couple of general remarks. And first, I would like to support the basic idea of WTO and UNCTAD that trade must serve as a powerful driver for both technologically, economically effective solutions and technologies contributing to the achievement of climate goals. We believe that a clear framework for acceptable climate-related trade restriction must be established at the global level, in particular with respect to climate non-tariff measures, international standards that are developed, adopted, and implemented in line with WTO procedures ought to be at the core. This is the only approach leads to achieve the climate goals itself and to prevent market fragmentation, carbon leakage, and carbon offshores. Otherwise, products that are essential for the social stability of many countries, in particular for developing and least developed countries, may be excluded from international trade due to numerous national climate measures and restrictions. This may destroy public trust in the climate agenda around the world. We believe that climate change is a global challenge and it's requiring global solutions. We believe that in order to ensure the focus, coherence, and alignment of requirements, we could elaborate some sort of climate code as Codex Alimentarius for foodstuff. And technological neutrality should be recognized internationally as the global principle for the trade-related environmental requirements. We in the Eurasian Economic Union do apply this approach. We have common regulation, technical regulation and standards, so our goods do not face any trade barriers related to different requirements in the countries. Our efforts have been focused on developing a framework that will encourage the growth of green industries and achieving climate goals. Currently, we are at the stage of developing mandatory energy efficiency criteria, in particular for energy consuming equipment, technical regulations for Class 6 and 6+ requirements for vehicles are being amended to reflect the development of hydrogen-powered and electric vehicles. We are also developing green standards for construction and in other sectors, in particular those mentioned in the UNCTAD report. Naturally, we take into consideration legal text and experience of our major trading partners. And there is a first problem. Very frequently, current standards do not adhere to all international principles for the creation of international standards. I mean transparent, open, autonomous, principle considering the interest of multiple parties and stakeholders. About carbon footprint. This is the second problem. When a party, while introducing criteria based on carbon footprint, does not take into consideration that the importing parties, country or corporation, has achieved carbon neutrality through other means, for example, growing trees. As a result, it demotivating adaptation program. Furthermore, there are numerous unanswered problems regarding calculating one's carbon footprint. The current methodologies frequently center on technology that is used in particular country, and it is difficult to verify alternative estimates. And even larger issue is the administrative process involved in verifying compliance with climate regulations. This includes a range of corporate standard references, requirements for verifiers, different requirements, non-transparent verification process. And our current efforts are focusing on integrating the carbon regulation of our member states and creating a barrier-free environment in the Union's common market. This includes creating a system of verification, putting international ICO standards into practice for validation and verification, carbon footprint monitoring and reporting. We are discussing this task with our trade partners in other countries. Administrative obstacles are a problem that affects all international trade, and there might be even have a worse impact than carbon taxes. I believe that in the nearest future, we should create a climate trade facilitation agreement, some kind of trade facilitation agreement that would include provisions to avoid administrative climate-related barriers to global trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, interesting. So within the region, you have harmonization to facilitate the trade, but again, it's always this balance between putting in place the technical regulation to protect the environment and people, yet where does the protectionism start and where do we ensure that we have harmonization to minimize the bureaucracy and the cost of trade for all? We were in the regional setting now. We're going to move with Mr. Lucas Ferras to the subnational level. In terms of subnational government, how do you use trade-related climate policies to boost adaptation and mitigation in your case? And what are your main issues that you're considering when aligning the federal and national level?
So thank you very much for the invitation, for this very important panel. It's a great pleasure to be here, sharing a bit of the Brazilian experience in this regard. Non-tariff measures, non-tariff barriers, are they good or bad? I think this is the question. And in the case of Brazil, most of, the competence for imposing non-tariff barriers, non-tariff measures are at the federal level, not at the subnational level. But I can tell a little bit about my experience as a former Vice Minister for Trade and Foreign Affairs in Brazil from 2019 to 2022. In spite of being among the 25 or 27 largest, let's say, traders in the global economy, Brazil is ranked 25, 27, depends on the year. Brazil is perhaps one of the largest users of non-tariff measures at the WTO. On top of that, we still have one of the highest import tariffs at least for developing economies, or the most relevant developing economies in the world. So when we took office in 2019, not to mention, the lack of a significant network of free trade agreements. So just, giving a step back, over the last 3 or 4 decades, we had more than 300 or even 400 new trade agreements notified at the WTO level, and the only significant agreement that was signed by Brazil was Mercosur in 1991. So it's really hard, to talk about imposing new tariff measures in a country like Brazil, even if you recognize the legitimacy of trying to protect the environment in our country. But I'm fully, sure that we don't need it, because we have so many barriers to trade in our country that we should just, be concentrated in the opposite, in how to liberalize the Brazilian economy and how perhaps to concentrate this kind of liberalization in environmental goods. This is one of the things that I've been discussing with the new government. Some technicians in the new government of Argentina. We have a liberal government again, in Argentina, that is taking office in a few days. So why not, proposing inside Mercosur countries to have a specific agreement related to environmental goods? I think this could be perhaps a more, I would say, constructive and positive way to move forward in this regard. I fully believe that trade is part of the solution, not part of the problem. Yep. And whenever we talk about imposing new non-tariff measures, I can't help, remembering what just happened 2 or 3 days ago when President Macron said that the Mercosur European Union agreement was dead, because the European Union agreement was an old agreement. There were no significant environmental clauses, or modern clauses related to environment. And I was, one of the chief trade negotiators of this agreement in 2019. I can guarantee that the chapter on sustainability and environmental preservation is a state-of-the-art chapter in this agreement. So whenever I hear, people saying that we need more non-tariff measures regarding environmental preservation, the only thing that comes to my mind is a long-standing malaise, in this debate, which is protectionism.
Thank you so much, Lucas. And indeed, it is interesting that, and I should mention that Brazil just ratified the South-South, the global system of trade preferences, and we had a meeting in Geneva, September, I believe, on this idea of South-South trade in environmentally preferable goods and services, because this transition is opening opportunities for developing countries in the increased sectors. And a lot of developing countries have very strong nationally determined contribution and a lot of opportunities in these sectors, indeed. Let me now move on to Nathalie. Nathalie, you work at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. You're at the helm of it, and you guys have done a lot of work in this area for several decades. What are the problems that trade-related climate policies can produce in trade partners and other economies? And in response pretty much to what Lucas just mentioned.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I do want to start by saying that I don't entirely agree how bad non-tariff measures are, because we did hear from Miho at the beginning what an important role they can play in climate mitigation. And so I would say, non-tariff measures can be extremely important, especially those that are climate related. And, regulating product performance and production methods to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or increase energy efficiency can have huge impacts. And we heard also from Holim what kinds of measures that we see every day. Our standards, our product standards are all over. All the products are standardized to some extent. And if there is a standardization with respect and with the goal to save energy or to reduce greenhouse gases, I think it's an important policy tool that we need to keep. And I do think that, when we started at IISD to work on trade, in the early 90s, it was, of course, because we were afraid that the newly created World Trade Organization would, in fact, make it more difficult to adopt environmental measures, including non-tariff measures. But at the same time, and then brings me back to your question, because this is not at all, I'm responding to something different up to now, but the fact is that, yes, I think they're really important, but at the same time, it's clear that the proliferation of non-tariff measures to protect climate can hugely impact developing countries. And it can close markets for producers where it's their livelihood to produce products. And they've been told that trade is an opportunity for them to export their produce, and now all of a sudden when you have new measures in place and you lose the market, it has a huge impact. And so I think it's important to think about and understand which types of non-tariff measures really have significant impact on developing countries, and which developing countries. And we will see that the types of measures that Holim mentioned, for example, with respect to vehicles, of course, there are some emerging economies where those kinds of measures will have an impact. But the real impact for developing countries, and maybe the most, close to affecting livelihoods, are really about in the agricultural space and raw materials, right? And what's also important with the difference with respect to what we heard from Holim, the examples, is that the types of measures that are particularly burdensome for developing countries are very often related to non-product related processes and production methods. So when you see the product, it's no different than another product. This is not a sanitary or phytosanitary measure. It is about how something was produced. And so in a way, it's quite intrusive in the country where production is taking place. But at the same time, you have the consumers, and that's what happened with Mercosur also. The consumers in Europe then are concerned about how things were produced. And the parliament in the EU would respond to what the consumers actually want. And so for developing countries, this can be a huge problem. And I would say that, a big issue is that trading blocs, developed countries, do not sufficiently assess the impacts that their measures have. And they do not identify all the countries that could be impacted. And they do not consult, as a consequence, all the stakeholders that they should be consulting with. And in addition, we see with the deforestation regulations that the periods for implementation are sometimes hugely short and very problematic for developing countries. And they will lack the expertise very often how to implement the measures, to understand the measures, and then of course it's also expensive. So there are really big problems, and I think they can be addressed, but I don't think it's the problem in and of itself with the non-tariff measures. In fact, I can come back to some examples, but developing countries are themselves also resorting to some of these measures. So we can come back to that after.
Thank you so much, Nathalie, indeed. And this idea of equivalency, and I think, Minister, you mentioned it, if you have in place a regulation to limit carbon emission, but it's not a carbon tax, what's the equivalency so that you can have a fairness between the two? And this is something that actually with Heiko's boss and my boss that we will be working on. We have a working group working on carbon pricing and equivalency that's been set up because it's an important issue. Caroline, when designing and implementing NTMs, non-tariff measures, Are there principles that can help governments? Like, we seem to not agree. There seem to be like, where's the balance? Is there a principle that could help us balance this dual objective and advancing the climate ambition on the one hand, while ensuring a fairness in light of diverse national circumstances, capacities, and level of development that was mentioned?
Well, thank you very much, Chantaline. I have to say that's the huge question of the trade and climate discussion, is how to balance this urge to use trade and trade policies to advance climate ambition and action, and at the same time to do so in a way that is fair and just and reflects the priorities of developing countries and sustainable development more broadly. So I don't have the silver bullet to that dilemma, but I will say it's something that we work a lot in our work in Geneva, talking a lot with different delegations and with also stakeholders to try and understand some of the perspectives on this. So the first thing that I just wanted to mention was we've heard this morning about the importance of avoiding fragmentation and spaghetti bowls. So the flip side of that is how do we coordinate better? So if we're going to have standards, as you're trying to do regionally, I was hearing yesterday in Latin America an effort to look at options for developing, I think it was regional standards around biofuels or certification around biofuels and so on. And so we see these efforts at the sub-regional and regional level, but many of the international standards are not very inclusive the way that they're set. We often don't have the diversity of developing countries at the table when they're being designed, and we certainly don't have a lot of stakeholders at the table. At the same time, we see that there's also sectoral standards done among certain industries. There's also partnerships among NGOs and others to set standards. So it's not just governments developing these regulations. And I would agree with Nathalie that these are there can be a very positive public purpose behind these, an environmental purpose behind them, but I think the way in which we design these standards and regulations, the kinds of ways we consult and who we consult with matters to whether or not they're going to support trade and sustainable development outcomes. The second thing I just wanted, so the first point was just to emphasize this importance of coordination and dialogue within countries, among different ministries, so that these are designed well, also with your trading partners, and then also with the stakeholders that are going to animate the transformation that you wish to see in these sectors. The second thing is, I think when we think about trade and climate, we now tend to end up in a bit of a discourse that's either pro-trade will help us to solve the climate challenge, or we need a lot of trade policy measures to stop certain things happening. And I feel like the real positive agenda is to stop and think, what are the problems we're trying to solve here? If it's about upscaling and diffusion of renewable energy technologies, then let's look at the package of trade policy measures and trade that would help advance that. Or if it's around building, it could be the same for clean fuels, could be the same for sustainable agricultural products and production, or critical raw materials. We want to make sure that the right industries have access to these. So if we do that, then we'll talk less about these siloed different trade instruments and tools and talk more about the problem we're trying to solve, when we might find that it's easier to build some partnerships around technology, around government procurement, around standards, around where we want to open trade as part of that, but also places where we'll need more than open trade to make it work. We've had many examples from developing countries who said they liberalized, but it's not like the green technology magically arrived at their door. And that's partly because my third point is around a support framework. For many developing countries, this will only work if there's a support framework of access to the right technology or partnerships to develop that technology, financing that they need in order to invest in these new supply chains or new business opportunities. And also, I think more broadly for many countries, it's part of their pathway to climate, I would call it climate resilient development. So it's not just a matter of importing a certain technology or exporting. It's about building a sort of virtuous cycle of employment and livelihoods and so on around these sectors of value adding and becoming players in these supply chains. So, and for that, we sort of need a package of policies to make it work. So I'll just come to my final point, which is around trying to get back a bit more specifically to this question of principles. What we do know is that some of the trade-related climate measures that are being developed are generating a lot of tension, even among those who recognize that the intention may be good. Sometimes people are skeptical of the intention, but let us assume that the intention is good, is really an environmental intention. it doesn't stop the fact that it can have very significant impacts on trading partners. And so I think going forward, we're going to need to build processes where we can have more effective dialogue around how to do this in ways that helps achieve not only climate goals, but also our sustainable development priorities. And a key part of that is going to be around trust and being able to get countries to have frank conversations about these issues. And one of the things that we did at TEST to support that is pull together a group of eminent scholars from international climate law and international trade law to say to us, look, a lot of the debates about these trade-related measures are being fought out over what does the law say, what does international law tell us about what's required when you design and implement such measures. So you brilliant people go away and think about what are the principles in international law that are relevant from climate law, from general international law, and from trade law. And they did that and came up, they identified, these are principles that are in international law, they didn't come up with anything new, but they reviewed 6 principles which they thought are really important for consideration. And I won't go into them in depth, but encourage you to look at our report. But the first one is sovereignty. The second one is prevention, that countries have a responsibility to act on the climate and on climate action. The third is cooperation. The fourth was a prohibition of arbitrary and unjustifiable discrimination. The fifth was sustainable development, equity, and CBDR-RC. And the final one is transparency and consultation. And their view is that if we thought more about these 6 principles and recognized their value, it's not that it's easy to implement in any particular case, but if we recognize that these are all principles relevant for consideration, we may find better ways of cooperating on trade and climate, avoid the tensions, and be able to harness trade for what we need it to do, and that is to support climate action and development.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for this. Really appreciate it. And indeed, it's so what we get from what you say is that it's not the what, the NTM themselves, it's how they're done that is the problem. And they need to be done with intentionality, and the link to the SDGs needs to be made as well. We're running out of time, so I would like to go another round of questions, but I would like to ask every panelist to stick to 1 minute, 1 minute and a half, please. Ho, you mentioned this fragmentation. Everybody mentioned the fragmentation, and you mentioned the technical regulation being reported and standards reported to WTO. What can WTO do to avoid fragmentation and support coherence amongst these standards?
Okay, great. So let me just give you a real-life example of what's happened at COP28. Over the last 2 days, we had, well, actually, it will be officially launched this evening, the Steel Standards Principles. This is a set of principles that is endorsed by 40 organizations. And the point of these principles is precisely to do what you said, which is to reduce fragmentation. And what particular part of the steel sector are they trying to reduce fragmentation on? It's on the measurement, carbon measurement, methodologies for measuring the amount of carbon intensity when you produce steel. It recognizes that there are many schemes out there, many different methodologies out there, and that to really make progress in this area, these standards bodies and industry bodies have to come together and reduce the fragmentation in terms of how they go about their methodologies for calculating carbon emissions. So where's the WTO part? The WTO part comes in because they have used the WTO agreement, in this case the Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement, as a framework for how they will reduce fragmentation by basing their work on the 6 principles that are contained in the WTO TBT agreement. And the 6 principles are basically transparency, openness, impartiality, effectiveness and relevance, coherence among standards bodies, and inclusion of the development dimension. So it's a very concrete example using the TBT agreement in the context of climate, and here particularly in the context of steel and the steel sector. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Heiko. Very interesting, and indeed, it seems like...
Sorry, if you're available, please come to the launch. I don't have the copy here, but you'll see it on the program. Thank you.
You don't want to tell them when?
It's 4:30, I believe.
Okay.
I think.
Today?
Today,
Okay,
here.
today. All right. Thank you, Heiko. And indeed, very interesting. And we seem like we need to go to the sectoral level to have this consultation, because you need to have the whole supply chain at the table and the whole industry. So that's very interesting. Nathalie, what you talk about the spillover effect on other countries. What can be done to minimize the effect of trade-related climate policies on third parties?
Yeah, I think, you know, before I mentioned a few of the challenges, and of course the responses are directly related. So, you know, I think there's insufficient consultation and dialogue when, you know, a region like the EU adopts a new measure. They need to consult, but to be able to consult and get the right people to the table, they need to conduct some kind of ex-ante impact assessment. Otherwise, they won't even know who might be impacted and has to come to the table. And, you know, transitions periods have to also be talked about. You can't just unilaterally decide when producers and smallholders have to be ready to fulfill the commitments that were unilaterally taken without any dialogue or consultation. And of course, when there are pre-existing standards in countries, so for example, some countries, developing countries, have actually integrated into their regulation, for example, the Forest Stewardship Council standard, or the Better Cotton standard. And so when a country does their impact assessment, they would have to take into account what's already there and make sure that, you know, this is already going in the direction of what they want. So to not coordinate those different approaches would be a real problem. And that, of course, is also a response to the fragmentation problem. And, you know, I think we can learn a lot from the voluntary sustainability standards work that's been done. And there, of course, we have a huge fragmentation. So, and we see that we need a body to set some minimum standards to assess whether the qualifications, the criteria are appropriate, to ensure, to look at how the transparency is guaranteed, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, those voluntary standards are also subject to the TBT agreement that you just mentioned. And we haven't quite succeeded there because maybe it covers all sectors. We haven't quite succeeded at limiting the fragmentation in voluntary sustainability standards. So the fact that you're looking at a specific sector is maybe what is needed, because right now all the VSS, the voluntary sustainability standards have, is the TBT agreement.
Yep.
And it's maybe not sufficient, as we've seen.
Thank you so much, Nathalie. And indeed, we go back to, and these three things you mentioned, the ex-ante impact assessment, the consultation, and then the transition period. There's nothing new there because we do that for the original trade agreement, right? So these are existing principles and good practices that we already have, but we just need to put them in place for these. Okay. Lucas, as you mentioned, you're former Brazil Secretary for Foreign Trade. Could you share a few good examples of good practices to advance climate change using trade-related policies from your Brazil experience?
Excuse me. Yes. No, as I said, you know, in my first intervention, we basically spent 4 years in Brasilia trying to do just the opposite, you know, trying to debureaucratize, you know, trade in Brazil. For instance, when it comes to licenses in our country, my secretary, the Secretary of Foreign Trade, the Secretariat of Foreign Trade, was the largest emitter of license, import license in my country. So in just 1 year, we have reduced the stock of import licenses emitted by my Secretariat is 60%, meaning that 60% of the stock was completely unnecessary. Right. You know, they were disguised barriers to trade. Perhaps my last message here, we are, of course, discussing something very important. I think theoretically, non-tariff measures related to environmental protection makes all sense, you know. But when we see the real world, when we face reality, what we actually see, you know, is a misuse of those measures in most of the times. So in order to really, you know, let's say, fix, you know, the system, I can see no other way, you know, to fix the system without recovering, you know, the role of a functioning multilateral trading system. We have talked a lot about dialogue here, and what we have been witnessing over the last years are lots of unilateral measures being taken by many countries, including the United States and the European Union, without any kind of consultation to the WTO or to the WTO members. So basically nowadays we have two very clear models, you know, and different models with different spillovers to address the issue of climate transition in the world. We have a cost-reducing approach, which has been taken by the United States, and here I would like to highlight the Inflation Reduction Act, with more than $1 trillion in terms of subsidies, you know, for the next 10 years. This is basically two sizes, you know, the economy of São Paulo, the state of São Paulo in terms of GDP. So it's impossible to compete with such a large amount of subsidies. Not to mention the issue of China. China is basically following the same model of subsidies. And then we have the European model, which is a model based on a carbon market, which is a cost increasing model. And it's basically the model that Brazil is nowadays following. There is a discussion nowadays at the Brazilian federal level, a federal Congress, to establish a carbon market in our economy, which I believe is the best solution for a developing economy like Brazil. But of course, this is a cost increasing approach. It's a cost increasing model. And then when we have countries like the United States, when we have countries like China, you know, subsidizing their economies, and we have developing economies like Brazil, you know, adopting model, even, you know, recognizing that the carbon market is the most efficient model to address climate change. But in the end of the day, the level, you know, the level playing field at the international arena will be completely unbalanced, you know, because of, you know, these two different approaches. So this is, I think, you know, the most important issue that we are facing nowadays. This is the discussion, you know, of how to address climate change at the global level and how, you know, to put the WTO at the center stage of this debate again.
Thank you so much, Lucas. And indeed, we're looking here at NTMs, but there's this systemic issue of, and SG Greenspan has been quoted several times saying there's 3.3 billion people now living in countries where their government use more money to serve their sovereign debt than education and health together. And clearly those countries are not in the capacity to subsidize their industry the way that and compete with the countries that have that fiscal capacity, indeed. Thank you so much for this. I'm going to have to be strict here to keep to our time, please. Minister Slipnev, from your perspective, what do countries need to make trade-related What do countries need to do to make trade-related climate policies work both for climate and sustainable development, from your regional experience?
Thank you so much. First, it depends strongly on a particular economy and how advanced the economy and the climate agenda. For example, the current stage, we in Eurasian Economic Union believe that there are a lot of projects and initiatives which are both effective ecologically and economically. And we try to support such initiatives and to make more and more new initiatives. For example, we create a model taxonomy for our union, and financial institutions indicate many projects which are both effective, as I said. Now we are resolving the issue of combined state aid measures and green finance from different member states to help and to support such projects, multinational projects. And I believe it could be a good idea to extend this practice to as many economies as possible. Second point is the creation of fully developed voluntary global market for carbon units. More businesses will be able to get better access to finance and to increase their profitability thanks for such approach. And simplification and standardization of project requirements and procedures, as well as simpler verification process, are key tasks in this regard. We should avoid political obstacles and closed country blocks. It was said today. For example, some of our firms, private firms, by their own projects, accumulate substantial amount of carbon units, but they faced politically motivated obstacles prevent their registration in the global registers for subsequent cross-border sales. Finally, those companies resolved their problem, but another ones face them. And we believe that the trade wars or sanctions, as I said, as I know in the West, should not take place in the climate agenda. And the other problem is greenwashing, or practice of using marketing standards, marketing strategies to prevent climate change instead of effective actions. This practice strongly deforms supply chains and disrupts the efforts of businesses that are actually contributing to the reduction of emission. And here I would like to underline the role of transitory technologies. We in our Eurasian Economic Union in May of this year hosted the first time the Green Eurasia International Climate Competition. Around 300 submissions from 8 different nations were received, and the winners in the green industry nomination were transit and transitional technologies used to production of mineral resources such as pumping associated petroleum gas into an underground storage facility, extracting carbon dioxide and using it as a raw material, information management, and others. I think it's a good example. And returning to the question on topics on this, my opinion that more opportunities for business to implement the initiatives, instead increase it in international cooperation, common standards and priorities, improved procedures for international climate trade, and rejection of trade war and closed blocks. Such measures will assist many countries to getting closer to their climate goals and ensuring sustainable development at this stage. However, the following stage will be more difficult, of course.
Thank you so much. I like the idea of, like support those that are economical and then, a competition to have these intermediary technologies. Indeed, let's have moonshots, right, to try to advance and accelerate technological development. Miro, we've heard a lot about NTMs and their role in combating climate change, and there's two sides to this coin. So, and we see that they don't affect people equally. What can be done?
Thank you. Great. What can be done? Can I just say that, although we call it environmental NTMs, they are legitimate domestic policy measures to protect environment and to protect animal, plant, and human health. So it's not the question of, the trade interest should not come before this interest. That's absolutely. So what is the question that we are asking is how we can reduce the trade distortion while maintaining the effectiveness of these environmental measures. That is the question. Now, looking at that, still, the problem is that the cost of NTMs, environmental NTMs, is not applied equally across all the stakeholders. It's particularly big, relatively speaking, to SMEs and also to the exporters from the countries whose technological level is not really up to date with their importing countries. For example, our analysis says that if an LDC has a capacity, same as a capacity to meet certain regulatory measures in the environmental sector, they could increase their exports by 10%. So there is the trade opportunities. So we're looking at what can be done in order to reduce the trade distortion while making sure that we do work for the environment. And there are two things we can talk about. Number one, maybe, it may not sound very, very important, but it's about transparency. It's about access to information. Access to information of the trade environmental measures in other countries and how they are different from their countries, where could be the kind of the connection point that they can use their own technology, own understanding to meet the importing side of the things. And UNCTAD is really working on that to provide a comprehensive information on these measures. That's one thing. The second is you have already mentioned the important things of reducing the fragmentation of the regulations. We believe that international standards should be really the basis for the different the requirements, but like Caroline said, only depends when these international standards have been made in the inclusive terms, so that it's not just reflecting one group of the countries, but it is reflecting of everyone's interest, so that we can really achieve the global objective of environmental sustainability. On this, my final point is that, therefore, I think it is really important that we go back to the Article 10 of the Paris Agreement on technology development and technology transfer. And this is really the way to make sure that those important environmental measures do not have a trade distorting effect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miro. Indeed, I think I'm not going to have to do a summary. Good job. I want to just give back the floor very quickly. 1 minute, Caroline, because we're already over time. You mentioned these principles. Can you give us one example of how countries could use those principles in practice to use an NTM in a proper way, if I may, in quotation mark?
So if I go back to the principles that I spoke about before, one of them was around consultation and the other one was about cooperation. And I'll link this to the idea what we really need to do is to use the multilateral processes that we have for countries to build cooperation around the measures that they're taking. We can use those as places. We have them at the WTO, the Committee on Trade and Environment, and other initiatives and places at the WTO. We have them at UNCTAD to help countries to exchange information, to consult each other. We will also need ministerial leadership from countries, from trade ministers and others, to highlight, as you have said, that we need to start having these conversations about climate and trade. We need to have them at the WTO. We need to build cooperation around them. And so MC13 is a good time to do that as well for some ministers who are ambitious to say we need to start building cooperation around these.
Thank you so much, Caroline. And before I close this session, I would like to invite all of you, because we've been mentioning the nationally determined contribution, and a lot of those are practices that member states are putting in place, and they will include a lot of these technical regulation and standards. So we will have a session here on the 10th of December at 12 on the analysis that we did of the 60 countries NDCs, and try to look at what does that mean for the future. Having said that, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for our panelists. Join me in thanking them for the very enlightening discussion. And follow our schedule online and join us later. And don't forget to join ICO at 4:30 for the steel principle. And the reception afterward. Join us afterward. Thank you. Oh, group photo. Lighting discussion. And follow our schedule online and join us later. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chantaline Carpentier. I'm the head of the Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development branch at the UNCTAD division for, you want to come forward so you're not behind the pole? At the Division for International Trade and Commodities at UNCTAD, UN Conference on Trade and Development. And this session is on just transition, key elements of a just transition that leave no one behind. We thought that was very important to have that discussion in the Trade House. This is something that across UNCTAD, each division is actually working on it, and that is a good reflection of I think, the state of affair, and we'll see that today, that everybody's working on it, but we don't necessarily all work on the same thing because it means different things to different people. We have an excellent set of panelists with us to address these issues, including our colleague Camilla from the ILO, and as you all know, that ILO has a just transition framework, so Camilla will be able to let us know more about this. And then we have our colleague Simon Heiss from the ENENS Integrated Framework, so he's going to get down more to the ground level on these issues. We have the great pleasure to have Manal with us. Some of you, if you were the high-level ministerial on just transition, she might look familiar to you because she was one of the two experts that set the scene for these new negotiations here at the UNFCCC. And she's from Oxford University, and she's an economist and energy expert. And my colleague, Richard Cosell-Wright, who is the director of our, I always get that wrong, the division, Globalization Service Division, is that correct, Richard? Close enough, right? And so what we really want to talk about, I mean, you all know just transition started from the labor movement, mostly in North America, and now it's been expanded. It is included in the preamble of the Paris Agreement, as to take into account the imperative of just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs. So that is included there, but then the discussion has broadened quite a bit since then, and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change defined just transitions as a set of principal processes, practices that aim to ensure that no people, workers, places, sectors, countries, or region are left behind in the transition to from a high carbon to low carbon economy. So as you can tell, these are not very precise definition. So I would like to start with our colleague Manal Shehabi, to set the scene for us on where do we stand on this just transition discussion.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with you here today. So where do we stand on just transition? I think if you ask different people, they'll tell you different things. Indeed, we know that it's often focused on jobs and workforce, and obviously the broader definition that you mentioned. But if we really look between countries and also within countries, and certainly here within the negotiations, there is no one set definition. There are different disagreements and different interpretations of what just transition is, what pathways we have to go for it. And of course, that is very understandable because countries come from their different levels of development, different priorities, different starting points, and also different capabilities. So that explains a little bit why we have a lot of difference in interpretation. But also the process of managing that is also still really under question. And that was one of the recommendations that I gave to the high-level roundtable to the ministers on just transition, is one of the things that are needed, and I think where value really can be added, is having a definition, and that definition should have a core that is agreed upon and is pretty much applicable to all countries, but then allows enough flexibility for different countries to really have pathways that meet their needs, but also in addition to that to have a process, and that process should really be an integrative and inclusive process that includes things from how you design to how you implement, and then also how you measure, and even within that there will be different variations, because I think it should be a process that is efficient and easy for countries to accept. So it needs to be part of the existing frameworks and policies that are being taken into account. Certainly the NDCs, it should be part of that. And also there's a lot of bodies within the UNFCCC that work on adaptation, work on mitigation, work on technology and finance. All of this, there's no point making it more difficult and reinventing the wheel. So it should use the work that's already done and also contribute to it. But at the same time, there still will be questions, particularly with measurements. And one of the questions that will be, and I think this is indeed a political thing, do you include, for example, measurements of just transition within the SDGs, or do you not? And that will be, I think, quite a big question, and we would really see quite different breaking points between different parties. And then the second point I want to move to that's kind of setting the background scene. I think often when we think about just transition, we often think of, the industries that are either losing their jobs, are going to be replaced, or new industries that are coming, or we think of trade policies having impact on just transition and developing countries in particular. But also, if we step out of that context, simply the implementation of various climate policies, like carbon taxes, for example, in Europe, will by itself, even if it's not trade, it will have transmission to developing countries through prices of imports, exports, trade mechanisms, really, terms of trade. So then we also have another indirect effect that way to developing countries. The third point I want to maybe talk about here is kind of in setting the scene, is that there are a lot of constraints, particularly for developing countries in implementing just transition. And one of these constraints is the fact that it's also political within developing countries. But we know that we need just transitions because climate policies also exacerbate a lot of vulnerabilities for people in vulnerable situations. And particularly, of course, youth, women and girls, indigenous people, and the larger definition of people in vulnerable situations. But it could also really apply to the wider definition you mentioned, certain parts of countries where, there may be reserves or natural resources, or even certain industries and businesses. But often there isn't really sufficient dialogue between the policymakers and the people who are impacted. So if we don't have that dialogue, how can we make the process inclusive, and how can we make the process really reflective of their needs? And then the fourth and final point, which I'd like to kind of throw in maybe here for a discussion, and also very much of a constraint, is funding. So how do we fund just transition, and especially for the developing world, where they already are being impacted, didn't contribute to climate change, but are being the most impacted, but also we're really asking them to take the burden of often energy transitions or climate-friendly policies, and they do have really development needs and competing priorities, and often in very limited fiscal space. And that's it for me.
Wow. What a great way of setting the scene. Thank you so much. Indeed, no definition. The measurement issues will be important, and the empowerment of the people most affected, indeed. Camilla, you are actually the Priority Action Program on Just Transition at ILO. What are the main constraints? Manal mentioned the constraint, especially for developing countries. What are the main constraints that developing countries face in achieving a just transition?
Many thanks for that question. I think Manal already set the scene on a number of key areas that we need to look at. As the UN agency dedicated to employment and labor issues, we indeed work a lot on technical assistance to developing countries, but we are also a normative organization. And one important recent development is that in June this year, 187 member states of the ILO endorsed the ILO Just Transition Guidelines as the key reference for policy making for countries to use. The guidelines set out a number of principles and policy entry points that can be used to bring about a just transition, and they also recognize the role of international cooperation in that regard. Having said that, there are a number of constraints that are specific to developing countries, but not exclusive, I would say. One of them is the lack of policy coherence when it comes to different policy fields. We know that there is an increasing number of NDCs that are reflecting just transition and decent work, but it's nearly not by all means not all of them, and what we do hope is to see more reference to this in the new NDCs that will be submitted. It's not always easy because sometimes governments have a siloed approach, while we need a whole of government approach to a just transition, and it cuts across economic policy, climate policy, employment policy, social protection, and so forth. The second important area is the issue of funding. I would call it financing, because for just transition, there will be different types of financing flows that need to be aligned to just transition goals. These mean domestic and international, private and public financing. There is an important issue of capabilities in developing countries that need to be addressed, and this feed into the previous points that Manal was making, but I've just made regarding the constraints. One of them is related to this issue of a whole of governments. You need the capacities for different government departments to address the just transition. This needs to be targeted because the capacity needs of ministries of environment in dealing with just transition will be different to the capacity gaps of Ministry of Labor, Ministries of Trade, investment units, and so forth. The second, and I want to come back to the issue of the importance of social dialogue and stakeholder engagement. We also need capacity building for stakeholders in order to make meaningful contribution to those platforms of dialogue. And finally, on the financing front, again, we need capacity building both of government departments, but also capacity building for financial institutions to align their strategies and their products to just transition goals. And that's particularly an important gap when it comes to the financial sector in developing countries. And I think all of these are just a few of the areas where we need to build the capacities of developing countries, and we have to have a very targeted and tailored approach to that.
Thank you so much, Camilla. And Richard, you just had a session, a side event with UNDP, and Mariana Mazzucato was there, and she was mentioning the training of the civil servant, right, on these issues, but also how are we going to finance this injustice between those that created the problem and those that are facing the problem. Can you please perhaps address this in terms of the constraint for developing country on that side?
Yeah, I'll try and do a little more than that, Chantaline, actually. I mean, at least from our point of view, in the UNCTAD tradition, the just transition, I think, is the place where kind of long-standing asymmetries, inequalities, constraints that were familiar to developing countries in the post-war era, but particularly the kind of neoliberal era that begins in the 1980s, meet the new asymmetries, inequalities, and constraints that come with a warming world. So I think that's the platform that we're talking about, and it's a big platform, right, as such. In that sense, it's a much more comprehensive platform than mitigation, adaptation per se, right? And it therefore has a much stronger developmental dimension, I think, as a consequence. But it has to be a just transition, and I guess different people have a different notion of what just is. I think, at least from our point of view, it essentially means that tackling the climate crisis cannot be used to hide existing asymmetries and inequalities, and certainly not to amplify existing inequalities and asymmetries, but should be used to lessen what developing countries particularly see as an inherited set of inequalities from a global economy that was rigged against them in many respects over the course of the last 50 years. So we're talking about a kind of whole of society approach, I think, and we need to recognize in that context, and I sometimes hear when it's used a rather kind of easy notion of transitions are difficult. Transitions of the kind that we're talking about are very difficult to do, and rapid transitions, which again is what we're talking about given the climate constraint, are extremely disruptive. And, you know, there's no kind of neat technocratic solutions to the kind of problem that we're talking about. So what are the inequalities that historically we need to think about when we're looking at it in the context of a climate-constrained world? Well, I mean, for developing countries on the production side, you have the long-standing challenges of industrialization that have not been complete. Many developing countries have either stalled their industrialization process or gone into premature deindustrialization That needs to be reversed because jobs depend in many developing countries still on shifting people out of the informal economy, whether in the urban or the rural sector, into decent jobs, and industrialization still brings decent jobs. Maybe not as many as it did in the past, but that's a critical point of view. From a constraint point of view, technology is a big constraint on that transformation of production, and advanced economies continue to fall short of their common but differentiated responsibilities on technology. In terms of resource mobilization that you mentioned, developing countries have long found it difficult to mobilize domestic resources, whether that's from profits at the firm level, whether that's savings, whether that's taxes, or whether that's domestic sources of finance. They've always turned to the international community to ensure that they have an adequate level of patient, affordable capital. The international financial architecture has not delivered that since its inception at Bretton Woods 80 years ago. So the resource mobilization question is critical, and the market question is critical. You know, who sets prices, who sets the rules of the games around which markets are structured, takes you into the realm of governance and the governance constraints that we need to bring in to any sort of discussion of the just transition. And I mean, you're right, the difference between the world that UNCTAD was created in almost 60 years ago, we're 60 next year, and today's world is that finance is a much bigger force in shaping economic outcomes than it was 60 years ago. And you know, despite all the promises, not for the better in most cases. The nature of finance has changed dramatically. It's more debt-driven, it's more unstable, it's more subject to kind of shocks of one kind or another, and developing countries are most exposed on all those fronts. They're highly indebted, they're vulnerable to boom and bust cycles from short-term mercurial capital, and they don't control the levers of financial mobilization because those tend to be dominated by very large corporations or financial institutions in the north. So you need to bring all those into your discussion of how we address a just transition in a kind of integrated, holistic fashion. In terms of I'm sure colleagues know a lot more about some of the details of an integrated strategy. We insist on two in UNCTAD. You don't do just transitions in a realm of austerity. If your macro financial policy framework is austerity, you will not get a just transition. I can guarantee you that from history and from any examination of current experiences. Secondly, you need industrial policy. Industrial policy has to be central to any kind of just transition. So that strategies have to be integrated, they have to build around those issues. You need, and this again, an old UNCTAD position, you need effective states. I mean, you need lots of other actors in this just transition story, but you need an effective state. You need a developmental state. The developmental state is not the de-risking state. Everyone talks about the de-risking state because they think the job of the state is to somehow finance private capital. That's not the job of the developmental state. The job of the developmental state is to coordinate a complicated set of policy tools in an integrated fashion. I mean, if you sotto voce, states need to plan. Planning is part of the just transition. It needs to mobilize. You need a mobilizing state. You need a state with development banks that are effective in terms of mobilizing resources. And you need a disciplining state. I mean, successful development states, as we've seen in East Asia, are disciplining states. They discipline private actors in an effective way. So you need that integrated developmental perspective, and you need to think big. I'm going to end with a quote from Martin Luther King, one of my favorite quotes from Martin Luther King, from his I Had a Dream speech. People don't read all the speech, they forget the juicy bits. King, in response to the polycrisis that he faced in the 1960s, says, the tranquilizing drug warns about the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. And I can assure you the tranquilizing drug of gradualism in a warming world won't deliver a just transition.
Fair enough, Richard. Indeed, much more than what I asked for, but thank you for this. It's very interesting. And we're going to go back to that because there's panel right before this. We talk about the spillover effect of some of the policies that are being put in place by some of the states, some of the larger economy, and how does that affect the just transition. But before we do that, Simon, you're more on the ground, right? So can you, and we've talked about the whole of government approach. What's the importance of capabilities for just transition, and what are the constraints you're seeing at the country level when you work with those countries?
Thank you, Chantaline. Maybe I'll pick up just quickly on what Richard was saying about the imperative to move now. I came across an Emirati saying yesterday, actually, that the best act of generosity is that which is quickly done. And it's a theme that's been going through my mind over the last couple of days at COP. There's some really fantastic discussions that we're having now. However, both on the aspect of development as well as the climate, it's something that we need to really move on very swiftly. I think in the context of the just transition, I work in the Enhanced Integrated Framework and the EIF, and it's a partnership that UNCTAD, the WTO, the World Bank, and others came together to focus particularly on trade in the least developed countries. And when we look at the countries that are really going to be impacted, the LDCs really feature extremely highly. There are 1.1 million people that live in the LDCs right now, and yet LDCs as a whole only contribute 1% of global trade. LDCs only contribute around 4% of global greenhouse emissions as well, and yet when you look at the impact of climate on the LDCs, I believe it's around 69% of climate-related deaths, climate disaster deaths over the last 50 years, and this was in a recent UNCTAD 2022 LDC report, were in LDCs. So you're jumping from this sort of 1%, 4% mark right up there. And likewise, on maybe linking into Richard's point on developing economies, diversification, 80% of LDCs are commodity dependent. And this has a real impact, particularly on two main areas, I think. If you look at commodities there, you've got sort of your minerals, petroleums that obviously are going to be impacted now in a green squeeze. So when you're looking at trade-related measures, CBAM and so on, these are obviously carbon-intensive sectors that are going to be hit. And when you've got such high dependency on them for your economy, you're going to really need to think about how you're going to adjust. And this is already a group of countries that have very, very small economies that need to develop a lot more. The second area of commodity dependence is agriculture. And I was hearing yesterday in another discussion, one in 5 calories, I think, that we eat are traded. So this is a big factor for LDCs and for the globe as well. Now, agriculture can obviously also be impacted in this green squeeze as well by environment, trade-related policies. However, it's also going to be impacted, we know that it's going to be impacted by climate change. So you're going to have huge impacts on the productive potential in LDCs and obviously food, health, and nutrition. And so that adaptation aspect is going to be critical to address. By way of comparison, that 80% in LDCs compares to about 29% for other developing countries. So we really are talking about a different scale here. If we look at constraints, I think some of these will really come up, and you're looking at finance, I think, which is a major constraint, and particularly in the area of adaptation. So there's been a lot of focus on mitigation, but this adaptation aspect that's going to be critical for LDCs and their economies really hasn't come out. And the second thing I would like to really highlight is the pressing realities of LDCs. We talk about a green transition, and there's enormous opportunities, probably more opportunities in LDCs than anywhere else, because you've got the potential to invest in new infrastructure, new technology, in many cases from the start. However, you are doing that in a context of very pressing realities. You are working from day to day with not enough resources just to do what you need to do for your people, and yet you're being asked to do something more. And there's a huge potential in doing that something more. However, we need to overcome that constraint of how do you deal with the here and now and not add an additional cost and burden onto that, and really then look at unlocking that green potential, leapfrogging those technologies, however, not at the cost of sort of socioeconomic imperatives right now.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much, Simon. And indeed, this is something that we're working with UNCTAD on. It's on non-plastic material substitute, on sustainable agriculture and sustainable tourism and blue economy where developing countries have a comparative advantage, but they need the help to capture these opportunities, especially in the environment that we are in. So you've mentioned the constraint, the industrialization and technology access and financing and a common language of what are we talking about. What are some of the solutions to unlock, not just the green, not just a just transition? I don't have a preference, and then remove these silos because, you know, amongst the government. So somebody want to venture first? Camilla.
Thanks for that, and I think it is important that we start being solution-oriented. The constraints, it's easy to talk about constraints, it's harder to talk about solutions. So part of the solution, and it has been mentioned earlier, is social dialogue and stakeholder engagement, because this is a condition for ambitious and rapid action on climate change. If we don't have social dialogue and stakeholder participation, there's going to be a massive pushback for the kind of change that we need to see when it comes to climate change. The second one is, and this needs also international support, because social dialogue and stakeholder engagement shouldn't be a box-ticking exercise. They should be there from the onset. They should be based on robust institutions, and they take time. So that's talking about the challenges of these solutions. It's that we need to have robust social dialogue and stakeholder engagement, but we also need them to be there from the onset and at all stages of policymaking. The second one is that we need evidence. We need a very good and granular understanding of the employment and social impacts of climate policies, because as the guidelines say, there is no one size fits all. So the just transition policies have to be based on country reality. This means being based on the structure of the economies, the structure of labor markets, because the impacts will differ across countries, across sectors, and across regions at subnational level. Thirdly, we talked a lot about the integrated frameworks that are needed to bring about change. This means, and I would totally agree with Richard, macroeconomic and fiscal policies. And we are not going to get policy actions if we don't have the right conditions there. And just to give you an example of how this needs to be coordinated with our other policy areas, if we talk about fossil fuel subsidy reforms, the fiscal space that gets freed from the reform can be used for social transfer and social protection measures that can help minimize and address the impacts that the reform has on the most vulnerable workers and the most vulnerable households in that regard. So the policy fields have to speak to one another and be well integrated and coherent. Finally, again, going back to the issue of financing, we need to bring not only the domestic financing in, but we need to talk about to the financial sector, including the private sector. I disagree with the fact that the private sector has all the solutions. I think that's not realistic. Sometimes there is this easy talk that say, oh, the private sector will fill this gap. and all the gaps that there is when it comes to just transition or climate action in general, there are certain areas that rely on public finance, and we need to be very clear about that. So a clear understanding of the financing needs and the types of finances that are needed for addressing all those various instruments is key. But also constructing engagement and with the private sector when it comes to finance is essential. And again, helping them to align their goals, their strategy, their product offering to the goals of a just transition is going to be an essential building block in moving forward.
Well, Camilla, you won't be surprised to know that UNCTAD would totally agree with you that it's not the private sector is going to on its own fill the gap. Maybe we could move to, yeah? Manal, you go ahead.
Sure. I definitely agree with you, Camilla, that the dialogue is really important and has to be robust. And then, and also, it's really important that we cannot have policies for just transition if we don't know the impact. So it really has to be driven by understanding the impact of climate policies and climate action, whether in the country or international, and then, you know, cross-border effects. And once we know what the effects of these, then that really has to drive a lot of the design and then therefore implementation of just transition policies. And I do agree of having, you said, I'm going to kind of pick something you said and kind of build on it. You said something like the different policy groups need to talk. I think that is where also a lot of the silos you mentioned need to be broken, because if the dimension of these policies, we're looking at economic, social, environmental, energy, others, and then often it's different ministers and different policymakers who address different scopes of these policies that we need. So there needs to be it needs to be not just kind of like a cohesive and integrative and includes dialogue with stakeholders, robust, as we said, but really also has to have kind of coordination between the different policies. And that will really be extremely important. And if that is not there, then that's going to be a problem. Now, I want to kind of maybe be a little bit pushing the boundary on a couple of things here. I think one of the issues that is we kind of talk about the private sector, but I do think if we look at the developing world particularly, a lot of the companies that also operate there are foreign multinational enterprises. And I think we kind of just forget that they're kind of there in the background, and I think they have a huge role to play that we're really not tapping into. They often do not transfer skills, they do not transfer technology, they often don't even pay taxes properly. So when we think about all the talks when it comes to, you know, what is it, the BEPS, the base erosion and profit shifting discussion of international climate, international tax, for the longest time that was really driven by OECD, and only now that we see, not only now, I mean, it's been starting through the UN group to kind of catch up on that, but really the focus has really been very much OECD countries trying to kind of take their portion of tax, but then we see it's kind of almost neglected when it's when the multinational enterprises are working in developing countries. So they're not colonizers. You're talking about countries post-independence from colonies, but in a way they kind of do, right? And so in a way they're still kind of extracting the resources, not paying enough tax, not employing the public, and also they could be and maybe should be a source of funding that we really aren't really much talking about and tapping into. And I think that would be a huge solution to the knowledge transfer, if we can have a way of making it through regulation mandatory. And it could also mean that you can not have basically a company leaving one jurisdictions and going into another with weaker regulation, if it can be more mainstream and equal, and also the funding and building the capabilities. I think those will be really important in this sphere. And I think, yeah, I think that's what I have for now.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned the silo approach. In our preliminary analysis of 60 NDCs, NDCs are mostly done by the Environmental Ministry. We find almost nothing on trade. We find almost, very little on investment. How are you supposed to advance if you're not going to use the means of implementation at your own disposal? But what you're getting to is voluntary measures versus an active state, a development state. And Richard, you alluded to that earlier. So what are the way to unlock the potential for just transition here?
I think that now's the last point about looking at corporate behavior is a critical. I mean, illicit financial flows that leave developing countries is in the hundreds of billions of dollars every year, and dealing with that problem is a major issue, I think, and there are initiatives underway. It's not just the OECD, it's not that just that the UN has not moved into this area. The OECD has been highly protective in trying to ensure that you don't have a multilateral framework for handling international tax problems. So, I mean, we've been pushing on that door for a long, long time, including in UNCTAD, but there's been a lot of resistance from advanced economies. And that brings you to an important point, which is that the just transition has to follow the logic of common but differentiated responsibilities. And so the first question to ask with a just transition is what are the advanced economies going to do about that? And one of the things that they need to do is to move into renewable energy at a much faster pace than they have so far. I mean, China alone has more installed renewable energy capacity than the entire G7 economies. So, and Brazil, and colleagues will tell you, 75–80% of Brazil's energy sources come from the renewable side. So, in fact, developing countries have been taking the lead when it comes to renewables, and G7, despite all their lecturing that they give to developing countries, are way behind the curve in terms of their common but differentiated responsibility. And they need to step up. Developed countries need to, if you listen to a lot of the rhetoric from the Western press, you'd think that the UAE was the world's largest oil and gas producer. The United States is the world's largest oil and gas producer. But it's very difficult to get a sense of that narrative when you read a lot of the Western media. And they need to change in terms of helping to advance the just transition. I think from our point of view, though, the issue is what can the multilateral system do to support state action at the national level that is in line with just transition, which is both developmental and climate responsible. That's and as you know, Chantal, from our point of view, the multilateral system is not very helpful in terms of supporting developing countries. It's not helpful in terms of short-term financing in response to economic shocks. We saw that during the COVID shock when the efforts of the IMF and the G20 were pitiful in comparison with the size of the shock that developing countries experienced. We've seen that.
Put your microphone.
We've seen that in terms of long-term access to long-term concessional financing that developing countries have worried about for decades. And I'm sorry, we've seen it in the case of the WTO with respect to the policy space that is available to developing countries to forge these complicated, integrated strategies in line with their own domestic capacities and constraints. And African countries at the moment have a strong, making a strong push in the WTO to make industrial policy more doable within the context in which they face. And we know it's the right thing to do. Why do we know it's the right thing to do? Because the United States is doing it right now with the inflation, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, right? And it's doing it because it can do it because it's not going to be taken to the dispute settlement through the dispute settlement process, because it's ensured that there is no dispute settlement process in the UN that can actually take it through any sort of judicial process. So we need, and I'm sympathetic with the IRA, but I want it to be done at a multilateral level, not through a unilateral kind of process in the way that the United States is doing it. So we need reform in all levels of the multilateral system if we're going to support states at the national level to undertake the kind of just transitions that we're talking about.
Thank you, Richard. And I remind everybody that actually Richard's team has produced a policy brief and quite a bit of work on the global Green New Deal. Actually, one of you, TDR, was totally on the Green New Deal, but it was a global Green New Deal. And now instead what we get is the RRA, which is more subsidizing the producers and transition, while the EU Green Deal is about taxing carbon, and both have spillover effect on developing countries that nobody has a mandate to take into account, except the multilateral system does the importance. And this is why UNCTAD do believe that it's not enough to talk about trade and climate. You have to talk about trade, climate, and sustainable development goals. We do have sustainable development goals that all of our countries have agreed to, and we will not achieve a just transition by just looking at the E, the environment, without looking at the S, the social, and the economic. But I want to get back to you, and then prepare yourself for your punchline, everyone, because I want to get back to you and maybe prepare your question. I will come back to you for question first, because we never have time for question, and my panelists are being so good that we're going to have time for questions. So, Simon, from your point of view, you guys, you're the integrated, enhanced integrated framework. That's what you're there for. You're there to help countries face these challenges. What is it? What are the ways to unlock this?
Okay. Thanks, Chantaline. I think from our experience so far in working across trade mainstreaming in the LDC, so looking at that development angle and the S and the social, one thing that is critically important is listening. And I think from what we've seen already through a number of the demand-driven projects that have come to us, there's a green element in them. There are win-wins that are out there. We need to listen, and we need to help to make that happen. Years ago, Rwanda started working with us on a policy for e-waste management. Now they've got a fantastic e-waste processing plant that is taking in old computers, both in the country from neighboring countries, repurposing them, breaking them down, and or exporting some of the higher value components over here, I think, to be processed and brought back. You've got growing sectors like honey production that helps to retain forests and increase biodiversity. By listening, we can help to accelerate some of those, but we really need to do that. And that links a little bit to this diagnostic aspect as well. So working with countries, really looking at the evidence on the ground and the opportunities that are there. And actually, we're doing a piece of work right now in the EIF at looking at how diagnostics can address environmental aspects better. So having clear pointers about getting that evidence, those clear lines of engagement that we can effectively work with countries. The second thing is connections. And I'd like to thank you, Chantaline and UNCTAD, for connecting us here today, for bringing us around. I think this is where it really starts. Trade is about connections, and it's the same thing, I think, when we're talking about this topic as well. It's connections at the country level. We're talking about connecting policies. We've been working with LDCs on linking trade into various sector policies like agriculture, ICT, and so on. And now it's really about green aspects, about climate, and how do we make that, get that policy coherence going. And that goes up to the National Development Plan aspect as well. So we need to look at those entry points about how we coordinate these policies better together and then bring them up to that apex that lays the overarching framework. And we heard the other day from the Minister of Environment from the Gambia about how they're doing it there. I think it's also about the teams, bringing people together. On the environment, the trade side, and that's work that IED and ODI and others have been engaging on, just getting people to talk together. And then financing, connecting to financing to unlock those opportunities from the private sector. I think also from climate-related funds. They're not separate to trade. In many ways, we're looking at them in separate boxes. We need to bring that together, involve the right people, the ministries of trade, the other stakeholders in those discussions, and help them unlock the resources that are there. And whatever resources that are there, we need to get it onto the ground and make it efficient.
There's a few things that come to mind, Simon, for listening to you based on previous discussion we also had. One is developing countries want to green their operation. They want to do the same thing as everybody else. You see it. We did in the 60 NDCs we studied. There's several policies they're putting in place to green their operation. And they do have business opportunities, but they need the capacity because the system is pretty much, Richard put it as it's rigged against them, but there's something to be done. But I think there's also the fact that there's all these innovation in countries because by necessity almost, and ILO and UNCTAD are supporting this interagency task force on social solidarity economy, because basically you see these, especially women group, by the way, they see a problem, the government doesn't come to help, they pull their resources together, they create cooperatives and they create self-help group, and they solve the problem. The problem is we don't document those great models so we can scale them and finance them. So again, and then when these people get these innovation, if they go to the financier, they want them to be adapted to the investment bankers model. Well, they should adapt their investment model to the innovation that is being done, that is including the environmental, the social, and the economic. I'll get back to you. I just want to provoke a little bit. My point of view, and at the UN Economist Network, we started this work on new economics for sustainable development. Because people talk about green. What about the blue economy, social solidarity economy, circular economy? And Mariana talked about the mission economy. The Pope talks about, clearly the economic system we have is maximizing one dimension of the sustainable development at expense of the two. We're not going to get there that way. But having said that, who has a question? Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Carsten Sielke. I'm very much involved with EFRAG, which is the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, which is the standard setter now for sustainability reporting in the European Union. And I was responsible of developing one of the social standards. And this hasn't been a dimension which, as you touched on, but now we ask European entities with more than 250 employees to report on their suppliers, whether they respect human rights and how they treat their employees. So now you could argue that from the developing countries, we put our standards to these and cut them off the trading. But our point of view would be, we are willing to pay a higher price that they respect these standards, so that we can feel comfortable as a consumer in the end to import it and develop it. So I would like to have your points of view on this.
Thank you so much. Do we have another question quickly? Yeah. And thank you for being concise.
Hello. Hey, thank you very much for the interventions. And I'm really happy that Manal brought up the T word, taxes, and then everybody picked up on it. My name is Sami Halabi. I work at a consulting firm that does economic justice in Lebanon and across the MENA region. And what we see is that a lot of money gets siphoned off to tax havens. So when we talk about taxation, we're talking about flow right now. What about stock? There's $14 trillion sitting in offshore tax havens, and we say we need to move quickly and we need to move fast. There's 100 million pledged to the loss and damage fund, and we need 4 trillion. I mean, if we're going to think about stock, how should we think about it? What does the multilateral framework do in this case? What can it do given the lack of political will? And the other thing I want to ask is that once we start putting things in place, how do we avoid a race to the bottom? Because this is what has happened with trade, and I would suppose that that's what would feasibly happen if there's actually international taxation reform. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have a pressing question here. So,
thank you very much. No, in fact, my question, a little bit reacting to what Richard mentioned about Brazil, but also a practical one because I'm on the floor negotiating the Just Transition work program. So at the end of my question, I would like to have your recommendations on how to reflect this we've been discussing today in the work program. But my question has to do with Brazil. Nowadays, we see, in fact, the transition as well advanced going on. And the way we see from the South is that it is not at all solving the issue of structural inequalities in the global economy. Brazil, as Richard said, is by far of the large economies, of the top 30 or 40 economies, the largest one with in terms of renewable energy production. More than half of all energy produced in Brazil, not electricity, all energy, including fuels, come from renewable sources. But if you compare how much energy emission we have per unit of GDP, is 3 times more than a developed country in the north. Germany, UK, France, anyone. So this means that although we are transitioning, and I'm quite confident that in a few decades we'll have transitioned, maybe not in the pace we need, but we'll have transitioned, all the inequalities we have in the world will be the same. Countries and populations that have access to energy, to the most of the energy today, and they are industrialized, will continue to be the same ones with access to non-emission energy and industrial technologies. So from our perspective, this Just Transition Work Program should be the locus in the convention where we discuss how to guarantee that this transition is done in a just way. And that's not at all what developed countries want to discuss and want this to be all about. So my question to you is, can you give us some light on how to make sensible comments so that they accept this, or this is naive from my part? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps we start with, I didn't get your name, I'm sorry. Carsten. So, indeed, you were here for our discussion on NTB, non-tariff measures and non-tariff barriers, but the issue is oftentimes if the price was transferred back, the premium the European community is willing to pay was transferred back to the producer, we would have less of an issue. The problem is that is not transferred to the producer. It's captured somewhere in the supply chain, and I think we need to address that. If again, it's the just distribution, lack of transparency in the supply chain, because we want the demand from the producers, the consumers, but it is not transferred back. That's one of the problems. But I'll let everybody. Should we start? Maybe Richard, do we start with you and we make our way this way?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on
microphone. We have people on there.
Sorry, I'm not on the first one. I'm not a believer in ESG. That's for sure. I'm not a believer. I would strongly recommend everyone reads Tariq Fancy's piece on the secret diary of a sustainable investor. Tariq Fancy was the chief financial officer for BlackRock for quite some time, and he is extremely revealing on what his experience tells him about the limits of ESG financing. And there was a great piece in the Financial Times actually yesterday on this, on why ESG is dying and to some extent why it should die. But so I'm probably too biased to answer your question accurately, I have to say. I mean, you're right on the tax question. Here's a funny thing, right? Who would be a hero on this issue today? An odd hero would be Richard Nixon, right? Nixon was the guy who created the Environmental Protection Agency in the United States, and the highest marginal tax rate that Nixon didn't change was 75% on high income earners. And people look at you now as if this is some sort of kind of weird world in which a warmongering Republican can actually maintain a kind of a progressive fiscal structure within our lifetimes, right? So this is a political decision. It's a policy decision. It's a political decision, and we need to mobilize to get back to the kind of progress. We're not going to go back to the Nixon era, but we need to go back to a progressive tax structure in which the burden of responsibility clearly falls on those people who emit the most. We know the 1% in this world emits the most carbon, and that needs to be reflected, I think, in the taxation system. I think it's a really important issue that you raised there. Look, in terms of what Brazil, who am I to advise what Brazil should do? But one issue that you need to bring into this story, I think, is, and it's kind of floats there, but it needs to be brought in strongly, is the notion of the carbon budget, right? And we know full well, if you look at the latest scientific evidence, that we have something like 250 billion tons of carbon space left if we're going to keep to the 1.5. Now, who's used most of the carbon budget up? The advanced economies have used most of the carbon budget up. And they should take responsibility for that. Historic responsibility needs to be a central part of the notion of what a just transition is. And I think the concept of the carbon budget is very important for making progress and persuading them that they have these historical responsibilities that they need to stick to.
Thank you, Richard. Manal, do you have any response, especially to the gentleman from Brazil, on his negotiations?
Yes, actually, I'll start with that part because I want to build on something that Richard just said. Is you mentioned something like, you know, the per capita emissions or per GDP emissions are quite high. But that should not deter, I think, from the transition, and you shouldn't feel bad about that because cumulative emissions that Brazil had contributed is still significantly lower than the others, right? And then certainly the advanced economies, but also, you know, if you look at, you know, U.S. probably is the first, EU, then I think China might be third, India is significantly lower. But also I think sometimes things do have to get worse before they get better. And I think there is, if you look also, in advanced economies, just transition is often used to not, in some instances, for example, in the UK where I live, it's used to not actually advance climate action because of what it will impact, the effect it will have on displacing people in fossil fuel sectors. And I think there is a lot of room in the negotiations for actually picking on what the advanced economies are not doing for the support for what you guys can. And I don't think, I think it might be an uphill battle, but I don't think it's naive. I think you really need to push. And I'm happy to kind of think of more ideas to kind of give you after this talk because I know we're limited on time. But just on that quick question on the tax situation, the tax thing is really difficult because in places like here in the Middle East, you don't even have really good tax systems. But also on top of that, even in advanced economies where you do have good tax systems, people can really, you know, even in the U.S. Example, you mentioned Richard Nixon, you can restructure your assets and then end up avoiding paying tax. So that system is very flawed. And also, it's really difficult to have taxing or to tax multinationals because of capital flight. You know, countries just move somewhere else. But that is very much a big loophole that has to happen. And you mentioned a lot of the funds that are being put up, and it's not enough. But yet also a lot of countries who somehow don't have money, and then all of a sudden there's like millions pledged. So where's that money come from? There is money to go around. But I think that is very much, and that's a really difficult thing. And actually that point applies to both this question and the Brazil question, is it's very difficult from an international level once it comes to sovereignty issues to really impose what you do on a country level. So kind of I'll leave it at that and move on.
Thank you so much, Manal, for those. Simon, do you want to feed into these questions?
Yeah, maybe just quickly on the standards. I think two things. One is coherence of standards. So having a multiplicity of different standards makes it exceedingly difficult, particularly for developing countries, least developed countries, and small businesses. And secondly, working with producers to be able to implement them. So capacity building is going to be essential to be able to help meet those things. I can give shall I give my soundbite now? Yeah, okay. So I've been part of two recent sessions organized together with ODI. And one thing that's come up is innovation is critical. We need to think differently. However, these two sessions, the first one was called the green squeeze. So countries are being squeezed. Developing countries, we're talking about least developed countries are being squeezed. So you've got the green squeeze, and how can we turn that to the green seas? So thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon. Hopeful too.
Thanks. So on the ESG, I think it's a difficult beast. I think it's got a lot of limitation across the board, but we do know that the social and the G part, the governance side, are particularly weak. And I couldn't agree more than with Simon that there is a need of building the capacities of developing countries, enterprises, and SMEs so that they are not left out from the ESG and they're not curtailed in the opportunities in terms of financing that it can provide. Regarding the work program, happy to connect also afterwards, but maybe two things. One important point is that there is a lot that countries can do on just transition, and it's country driven, and not putting in place policies for a just transition at country level have a big risk of leaving a number of groups behind, and to perpetuate within countries inequality. So that's why we reiterate the importance that country action is really key to a just transition. The guidelines also refer to the context of the Paris Agreement, to the common but differentiated responsibilities, and to international cooperation. That is especially relevant for developing countries, small island states, and so forth. So it's not, I think, what we would like to avoid is that the just transition guidelines are associated as to a developed country business and model, because they are not. They are meant to be relevant to all countries at all levels of development, and they've got this reference to international cooperation as well. And finally, what we do think that is key is that just transition doesn't just get relegated to the work program on just transition, but that it's addressed in different streams. And this includes finance. It includes loss and damage. And there are a lot of discussions around finance, ranging from the Green Climate Fund to other tracks that where just transition could be picked up, and where financing flows to developing countries could be relevant to foster these goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have to close, but I just want to, before I thank our panelists, to mention that you are in the Trade House. The reason that UNCTAD, ICC, ITC, and the WTO came together for the Trade House is because we have one thing in common at the minimum, is that we believe trade is part of the solution. It's not just the bad guy. But the thing is, trade is a means of implementation, and it needs to be at the service of the SDGs and investment. And now it's not. And so the question is, how do we work together? And we talk about whole of government, consultation, all stakeholders being at the table. And it's not happening right now. But what we want to this Trade House is to give that space for that dialogue to happen, so we actually have a trade system that is working for us. So thank you. Please join me in thanking my panelists. And thank you so much for being with us. We want to this Trade House is to give that space for that dialogue to happen, so we actually have a trade system that is working for us. So thank you. Please join me in thanking my panelists, and thank you so much for being with us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get started. Welcome to the launch of the Steel Standards Principles, Unlocking Decarbonization, Trade, and the Global Market. I'm Vijay Vaideswaran. I'm the Global Energy and Climate Innovation Editor for The Economist. It's my great pleasure to be your moderator today for this very important event. The steel industry, as we all know in this room, is one of the broad shoulders on which the world economy has been built and continues to run. But at the same time, when we think about climate change, the reason we are gathered here in Dubai for COP28, not the first COP for many of us, I can tell, seeing many familiar faces in the room, climate change is the great challenge of our lifetimes and indeed of this century. And the steel industry has contributed to that and can also play a part in the solution to the problem as well. And to think about how that can happen, that's really the coming together of forces we want to have. We will see today the launch of the Steel Standards Principles. We have a wonderful and prominent group of government and private sector leaders who are going to give their voice to the beginning of what will be a journey. And so we'll hear about that. We'll hear about some of the forces that have come together, but also perhaps have some provocations and challenges given to all of us in the audience, both here and online, on what needs to come next to keep the momentum going. So without further ado, I'm going to turn over the podium to our first of two speakers in the opening session. The two speakers will be Her Excellency Dr. Farah Al-Zarouni, Assistant Undersecretary for the Standards and Regulations Sector at the UAE, and following her will be Jean-Marie Paugam, the Deputy Director General of the WTO, our host here at the Trade House, of course. And so let me first turn it over to Her Excellency. I invite you to the stage. Thank you. Please give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this event on the Just Energy and Transition Day at COP28. Welcome to the UAE. Welcome to Dubai. I'm delighted to be with you today on behalf of the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology at the United Arab Emirates. I want to begin with thanking the WTO, Secretariat, Breakthrough Agenda, and UNIDO for bringing together many key players in industry and standards. We have witnessed the growing need for alignment on near zero steel standards, driven by the shared goal of promoting market efficiency, lowering barriers to trade, and steering the steel industry towards a decarbonized future. Industry players and international bodies are acting more urgently. Today, the global commitment governments, industries, and organizations demonstrate towards a sustainable and decarbonized future for the steel sector gains momentum. Steel is among the foundation of modern economies. Globally, steel and iron production accounts for 25% of industrial CO2 emission. Addressing cost and inefficiencies within standardization system becomes more critical as we navigate decarbonization challenges. It is time to establish a standardized approach to low carbon emission steel, a benchmark that meets industry expectation and play a pivotal role in sector decarbonization. We must lay the foundation for a standardized, transparent, and incentive-driven approach to low carbon emission steel. Establishing clear definitions and performance threshold for low carbon or near zero steel is crucial to fostering investment across markets. This is a foundation for policies supporting low carbon technologies and green government procurement. For such definitions to be effective and credible, they must be grounded in consistent, transparent measurement standards. We must focus on achieving greater coherence across economies, ensuring that developing countries are actively involved in decisions regarding adopting these standards, enabling policymakers to create lead market for low carbon emission can empower steel makers to pursue climate investment strategically. As of 2021, the United Arab Emirates produced approximately 3 million metric tons of steel. In context, total crude steel production worldwide in 2021 was 1.95 billion metric tons. In line with the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology objectives to enhance the industry's competitiveness, particularly in a vital steel sector, we collaborated with iron and steel manufacturers along with other key stakeholders to launch our UAE scheme for construction steel products, which is aligned with the global practices. In addition to that, we have introduced the Technology Transformation Program and our National Green ICV program, which is not only enables companies to benefit from the government procurement plans, but also aims to encourage companies to adopt low carbon emission practices. Gathered here at COP28, we are deepening our commitment towards bolstering our methodologies in tracking greenhouse emission from steel production. By joining forces, we shape the narrative and actively contribute to a global effort transcending borders and industries. In this endeavor, we must recognize the role of the World Trade Organization, which brings coherence to these standards, fostering collaboration and ensuring that adopting these measurements is globally inclusive efforts. We have laid a solid foundation for a brighter, greener future. It is now time to act on it. With that said, I wish you a very successful and fruitful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A great start, and of course some key points emphasized in terms of looking for transparency, coherence across markets, and getting off to a strong start in developing low carbon and net zero steel standards, and an emphasis on linkages among countries, including developing countries. So I think we have some of the key themes set out already. Let's invite Jean-Marie to come up and give his intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay, and Madam Secretary. In my turn, I'm delighted to join today's launch of our steel standards principle. Good afternoon, everyone. We know that green steel is a race with companies that you represent. Most of you are in the room, companies and countries fighting to take the lead in this new market. And we like that race. Fostering this market is essential for decarbonization of the sector, which represents 8% of annual global greenhouse gas emissions. There are many exciting and innovating technologies and solutions which are being proposed to produce low or near zero emission steel, some of which we will hear about in the forthcoming panel. And at the same time, there are also over 20 standards and methodologies today on low and near zero steel standards, which tend to lead to confusions, inefficiencies, and higher costs. Stakeholders from across the industry have been calling for clarity, transparency, and alignment. And the question which has been raised to us in the WTO Secretariat was, what could the steelmakers from China, Brazil, Europe, India, Japan, Latin America, Korea, the UAE, and the United States, what could they do to agree within this charge on environment? The answer to the question is exactly what the steel standards principle that we are launching today are about. Steel makers and governments worldwide agrees that we should measure emissions from steel production and products in a comparable way, no matter where in the world, with which technologies or what input they are being produced. The principle represents a first world commitment to collaboration and coordination across the international landscape of standards bodies and initiatives. They will help us work together internationally to improve transparency, interoperability, and mutual recognition of methodologies for measuring GHG emissions and the underlying data. The principles are about accurately measuring and verifying GHG emissions in steel products and production to accelerate the steel industry decarbonation. And the principle also recognizes, that's important for the WTO, the importance of trade and investment to help scale up and disseminate those new technology for near zero steel and expand market for these products. World's trade in steel represents nearly 25% of global steel production for finished and semi-finished steel products. And of course, there are clear benefits for the future of trade in green steel. Today, on behalf of all our partners, I'm delighted to announce that more than 40 standard-setting organizations, industry associations, companies, international organizations, and civil society groups have endorsed this principle. I'm incredibly proud of the diversity behind the endorsement, with stakeholders coming from all key geographies and with complementary roles and mandate. We have industry players representing all sides of the sectors, from blast furnace to electric arc furnace, as well as emerging near-zero technologies. And this diversity is a testament to the importance of this effort for the industry, for your industry. It's really encouraging that since the opening of COP28, Madam Secretary, 6 additional organizations have signed on those principles, so the dynamic goes on. We welcome and encourage others to endorse this principle in their turn. I want to thank everyone who has signed up for the principle, many in this room today. And I think that with this commitment at COP28, we start moving from aspiration to action. We are, you said it, Vijay, at the beginning of our journey here. The steel standard principle will support this fundamental transformation of the steel industry to level the playing field, reduce the risk of trade friction, and signal a decarbonized future. By delivering on this principle, steelmakers worldwide will benefit from reduced trade and supply chain disruptions, market uncertainties, and consumer confusion, and will ultimately face lower costs of decarbonization in steel productions. So on behalf of the WTO Secretariat, I would like to give us all a rendezvous, I say it in French to make it more romantic, and at COP29. And at COP29, we need to move and show results. And on our road to this rendezvous at COP29, the WTO Secretariat, cooperating and working with all the partners which are involved, will organize a stock-taking meeting in the first part of 2024 to lead us in the way forward. Today, let's celebrate our achievements, and tomorrow, back to work. There is no time. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Jean-Marie. We appreciate the invitation to the rendezvous. I'm ready to buy my ticket if you tell me what city I should put as my destination, but perhaps we have to wait to find out where we will be flying for the next COP. But your point is clear, that this is the beginning of a journey, and this is not just a set of nice speeches or platitudes, but rather the coming together of quite an impressive list of 42, as I can see, as the latest up-to-date list. I want to mention one thing. I'm going to invite my next panel to come up, and while they do, I will introduce them. You know who you are. Shiv Kumar Kupaswamy, Development and Innovation Director for Responsible Steel. I'll ask them to come, and let's invite our honored guests to be seated in the front row and thank them for their contributions. Meanwhile, I want to ask each of you to check out, you'll see this on your seat, a QR code if you want to hear more about the principles, learn the details. I've been asked to wave this around in a manner that's enticing, so please do investigate further to see what the details are. I think that may have an updated list of organizations that have joined as well. I'll invite Zhang Wei, Vice Chairman of the China Iron and Steel Association, to join us on stage as well in the panel. Invite Maria Persson-Gulda, CTO of H2 Green Steel. You're most welcome. And Tiffany Vass, Energy Analyst at the IEA. Welcome. Please give them a round of applause to welcome to the stage. I will get off my high horse and join you here for a more conversational style of a discussion of these topics. Maybe first, we'll turn to you, Shiv Kumar. Give us the perspective from Responsible Steel on what is the reason you're getting involved and have been involved in this process, and what comes next.
Absolutely. We are in the center of the standards world as a standard and certification body. That's what we live and breathe. And we understand and go through the conflicts that arise from stakeholders involved in the steel supply chain, dealing with the complexities of various standards. So it's really the time of the hour to find harmonization in these standards. The IEA in its recent report referred to 5 very credible reports. We know where we align, but it's also very, very important to understand and see where we differ within us. And understanding of that differences would also helps us to stimulate and work towards a harmonization of these various initiatives that would support trade. We just heard the Secretary speak in terms of 25% of global steel which is traded. And in order for that trade to continue, we need to have a common definition. We need to have a common framework of understanding, both within the developing countries and the developed economies. We need a common single measurement, reference, and verification framework, and that is possible when you have an harmonization of the standard. We're very excited to be part of this launch, but as we all said before, this launch is just the beginning. We need to roll up our sleeves. We need to do the hard work now and get this thing out of the gate as early as possible.
One follow-up question. From the perspective of your members, what is the hard challenge here? What's the nut that you need to see cracked for it to be to make sense for your members?
So we at the moment we represent 15% of the global steel industry in our membership, and we are growing almost on a daily basis or a weekly basis. We engage globally, and steel is a very heterogeneous in its production approach. There's not one single approach. There's multiple ways and forms of production. There are thousands of products within steel, and that's the complexity of it. When you deal in a global framework, and when you have different diverse methods of production of steel, it's imperative to find a consensus among this and to find a common datum and a common reference point that everybody can refer to. And the other important thing is also there's a lot of focus and attention on the greenhouse gas emissions and at a product level. But what really needs to be, we need to turn the spotlight in terms of referring and measuring the progress levels, because the progress levels are not consistent. Right? You have some regions of the world that are progressing faster because of the particular type of technology that they use and the resources and access to the resources they have. And you have some of the countries that are actually increasing capacity. India, for example, is tripling its capacity. In the next 7 years, it's going to triple down to 300 million tons of steel. And that brings within itself challenges and opportunities. So that's the world we live in. And we believe this is a strategic moment here now. And this launch of the standards principle that we're doing here today is going to untie a lot of these knots and bring up a consistent framework to which we can measure for both the suppliers and the demand side of steel.
What matters gets measured. What's measured gets managed.
Absolutely.
The first rule of business, right?
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you. Let's turn to Mr. Zhang Wei.
Thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to express our profound appreciation and gratitude to the WTO for its dedicated efforts and remarkable accomplishments in the field of low carbon steel standards to promote the global fair trade and continuous prosperity of the world. Secondly, as the moderator introduced, in fact, in May 2022, we have established and launched the EPD platform for the Chinese steel industry based on ISO 14,000 series standards and the World Steel Association's ALCA principles. Currently, with the verification of 19 independent and authoritative third parties at home and abroad, which have been recruited and selected by the platform, including Intertech, BSI, SGS. And the platform has released 33 EPD reports from the world-class steel companies, including Ball Steel, An Steel, Sougang Steel, and Sagang Steel, and so on, covering rebar, steel wheels, automobile steel, etc. Now the platform has more than 3,000 registered users worldwide, including Soflo, SKF, Nissan, Volvo, Mitsubishi, China Eastern Airlines, and TCL, etc. EPD electronic label was established based on blockchain technology, which has been widely used in steel trade, with 20,000 downloads per month. In order to build a fair trade environment and reduce the risk of trade conflicts, we look forward to realizing mutual recognition and acceptance of EPD platforms from different countries under a framework of WTO unified standard systems. We are willing to contribute to the world our platform, as well as the experience and the data of the EPD platform. Finally, I would like to say the key of greater efficiency of global decarbonization is to support and encourage those countries and areas that have much potential for carbon reduction, instead of encouraging the allocation of more resources in those countries and areas with absolute low emissions due to the different development facilities. But the current tendency of international trade is not like this. As a developing country, China's per capita cumulative carbon emission is 1/7 of the USA, 1/6 of the UK, and 80% of the global average. And China's per capita steel accumulation is 1/2 of the USA and 1/3 of Japan. As a result, due to insufficient scrap resources, the absolute emissions of the Chinese steel industry is high because of it with more dependence on iron ore steel making. And China also has a huge potential for carbon reduction and will be a main contributor to decarbonization. To realize the ambition of the global carbon neutrality requires more resources to support the low carbon transition of the Chinese steel industry. Therefore, WTO proposed to establish credible, honorable, rational, scientific, and common low carbon steel standards with international binding, taking into full consideration and circumstances in different countries and at different levels, comparing with the principles of inclusion, openness, and transparency, and based on this principle, promote mutual recognition and acceptance of standards. This will undoubtedly facilitate the achievement of the global neutral carbon ambition. In line with these principles and based on foundation of the EPD platform, the Chinese steel industry is actively comparing Chinese zero carbon steel standards. We stand prepared to cooperate towards the realization of mutual negotiation and acceptance, guided by the WTO's unified principles and framework to promote global fair trade and enduring prosperity of the world. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So building on your national EPD platform, we'll hopefully see a harmonization of standards of the sorts being advocated here today. And certainly, as someone from an organization, The Economist, that's advocated free trade for 180 years, we were founded on that principle. I would endorse your call to see more free trade rather than less, which has been a recent tendency. Let's turn to Maria Persingolda. Your firm, H2 Green Steel, wants to be the first ever full-scale, near-zero emission green steel entity. How does an effort at standards like this help you? As a first mover, can you give us an insight into why you're supporting this effort?
We definitely welcome the standards. We think it is very important in order to accelerate the green steel transition. When we started 4 years ago, we actually started because the customer asked for green steel, and there were no one that could provide that in near term. The current incumbents were saying 2035, 2045 is when the green steel comes, and it comes at a double price tag. And we started to ask why. So we have now 5.5 billion in funding, 2 billion that is equity, 3.5 that is debt, to put up our steel plant of 2.5 million tons of steel in the north of Sweden by 2025, 2026. It abates 95% compared to the traditional brown steel. And we have sold 1.2 million tons of in order to get the funding, 1.2 million tons of steel in take or pay contracts for 5 to 7 years. What we have committed there is that we don't only sell our steel with a price tag, we sell our steel also with a CO2 tag. So each and every product of ours will have a different CO2. We absolutely welcome the traceability of scope 1, 2, and 3 for these products and the transparency of it. I think that the standard needs to be ambitious and it needs to really help accelerate the full steel industry to go for the same ambitions. It is definitely the case that we can't produce steel with only scrap-based, which would be one natural route in order to get down to CO2. We actually need to make green iron, and therefore that needs to be considered as well in the equation. Finally, I would like to say that we do very much welcome the IEA sliding scale when it comes to near zero steel. We believe that that is a very good step in the right direction.
Right, thank you. Well, since you've given a shout out to the IEA, let's turn to Tiffany Vaz. I think everyone at this climate conference will be very familiar with the IEA's work on net zero energy systems and the global economy. But can you fill us in on the work on steel and some of the work related to standards?
Sure, happy to do so. Can you hear me okay? Great.
Closer to you, Matt.
Okay. So first of all, I just wanted to say thanks so much to the WTO as well as to the other partners of the Trade House for hosting this event here today. It's really great that you can all be here. And so I can tell a little bit about the work we've been doing the past couple of years at the IEA on this topic. And so it came out of really a desire to be working more on implementation, that it's one thing to be running scenarios, and we think that is critically important, but we also want to get our hands dirty a bit and be working on topics that can help to advance the transition. And for the IEA as a whole, it's really a focus of ours is to be looking at what we can do to be working on implementation. And so on the industry sector, we started working with the G7 on the industrial decarbonization agenda. This was launched by the US and the UK in 2021, and the first presidency was in 2022 with Germany. And I should note very importantly that while this work was done under the G7 platform, it really was meant to be globally applicable. So we had that in mind as we were doing the work. And so with the German G7 presidency, we started off with developing a toolbox for accelerating the industry transition. And the idea of this was to look at what are the key challenges for the industry sector and what are the policy options that can help to accelerate that. And then a second key component was proposing definitions for near zero emission and low emission steel and cement. And the reason for this is that the policy toolbox really requires measurement, and it requires defining what do we direct finance towards, what do we give incentives in government policies for if we're going to be setting regulations that are looking to increase the market share of low or near zero emission steel. What does that mean? If we want to be have from both the public sector and the private sector to be purchasing low emission steel, what does that mean? So we came up with an initial proposal, and that has been something that we've been discussing with a lot of different partners. And then this year, under the Japanese G7 presidency, we kept moving forward and looking specifically at the measurement methodology technology component of standards. And so this is important because before we can even define or set a threshold for what near zero emission steel is, we need to be able to actually say, well, what is the emissions of this steel? And so we started digging into the standards, and spoiler alert, there's many different standards for steel, as we've already heard, and it's a bit of a mix. And so we did a review of these different standards and proposed some principles for what we can do to move these more towards being interoperable with each other, as well as make them fit for the net zero world. And so we're really glad that the IEA principles are referenced in this Steel Principles document. And I would just finish by saying that we're now looking for how we can move this work forward in collaboration really with all of you, or all who are interested. One platform for that is the IEA's new Working Party for Industrial Decarbonization, which has just been established this year. And various other forums as well we're looking to engage in, so really keen to be working with the standards organizations, with the steel producers, with the other international organizations, and everyone who's looking to move this forward.
I'm sure that work will be followed very closely. The more you look, the more you find needs to be dug into. There's a reason perhaps there are so many different standards and approaches. People start with different assumptions, or maybe they have different legacies, different advantages or disadvantages. How far do you go with your life cycle analysis? Do you go into the mining, the methane emissions involved and going into the input, or do you have different approaches? So I think the working group meetings will be quite lively, I'm sure, coming up in the next year on this. With that, let me thank this initial panel for setting us up and getting us going. I give them a nice round of applause, please. I invite you to return to your seats. And I will invite our second round of speakers to come, who are really going to focus on what I call the rubber hitting the road. How are we actually going to move towards implementation? And to that end, I will introduce our panel: Fiona Skinner, IDDI Coordinator for UNIDO; Stella Ivanova, Policy Advisor to the Federal Ministry for Economics and Climate Action in Germany; Claire Broadbent, Head of Sustainability at the World Steel Association; Shinichi Kihara, Director General for International Policy on Carbon Neutrality for Japan; and Lee McDonough, the Director General for International Net Zero at Breakthrough Agenda. I think, there we go, perhaps we will be introduced out of order, but we'll come to you in sequence. Great, thank you. Thanks to my distinguished second panel. It's so nice we did it twice. But of course, this time we're hoping to focus on implementation. So Fiona, can you tell us, the Secretariat has developed a new white paper, if I'm not mistaken. Can you give us some teasers on what our audience can find in it, and how that'll move us towards this journey that everyone is on?
Sure. Thank you so much, and thank you to the World Trade Organization colleagues as well for hosting this discussion. Well, just taking a step back for those that aren't familiar, the IDDI is actually a coalition of governments, 10 governments at the moment, working with the private sector to create an enabling environment for the deep decarbonization of heavy industry, specifically focusing on steel and also cement and concrete. And so really we look at two key aspects. On the one hand, what we are looking at is emissions measurement methodologies, the standards that underpin them, but also the definitions and the emissions thresholds that support the market and enable comparability and benchmarking. And why do we do that? At the risk of sort of repeating what was spoken about in the previous panel, green steel and cement and concrete is going to be enabled by solutions that are limited, that are costly, and that are yet to be scaled. And so one way to really spur investments in these technologies is by enabling producers to be able to differentiate their product on the market and to really capture that green premium. So together with a demand signal, which we try to spur by advocating for green public procurement commitments as well, we really feel that that's going to unlock the investment that's needed. And so at the moment, this standards framework that we have in place is not creating that enabling environment that we feel is necessary. We've identified a number of different issues that are driving variance. There is ambiguity across product standards. There are certain gaps in product standards, and there's also inconsistency. And so we've identified 7 issues that we really feel are driving this variance in the landscape, and are leveraging a number of principles that we've derived on the one hand from the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, but also from our colleagues at the IEA actually, to try and adjudicate these issues and bring some initial guidance into the landscape. Guidance, or really an initial proposal. What this is a starting point. We recognize that many of these discussions have been going on for decades, right? And so we cannot simply put out a proposal and hope that everyone aligns around it, but it's a starting point for discussion. Other issues have sort of emerged as the green markets have been maturing. For example, how do we treat CCUS in these accounting standards? So while proposing this initial analysis as a starting point, we really need to continue to work with all of the stakeholders in this landscape to continue this conversation. Driving revisions to standards that are entrenched in ISO or EN standards is an inherently very complex process. It will require alignment, first of all, within countries, so between technical advisory groups, between industry, standardization bodies, but then also between countries to ensure that we are actually driving change and consistency across the world that will, again, then enable trade. So we've proposed some interim steps as to how we see this work going forward in 2024 and 2025, and would encourage everyone listening to take a look at this white paper that we've published today.
So your actionable step is to get the paper and read it.
Exactly.
That's a good first step. Every journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Now, I will quarrel with you on one thing in passing. That is, you talked about how companies involved can capture a green premium. Of course, in the long term, the idea that Bill Gates and others that talk about a green premium is that ultimately, through innovation, through scaling, through market expansion, the green premium goes away.
Of
right?
course,
Ultimately,
yes.
that this is a product that's a better product available at a price affordable to all. But first, I suppose you have to climb the mountain before you come down the other side. So it's a good step in the right direction. Let's turn to you, Stella. What can we expect from your perspective? Germany's leading the international process to drive industrial decarbonization. You're obviously seeing a lot of turbulence in the industry for reasons well known to our audience. Give us your perspective on this topic.
Yeah, first, thank you for the invitation. Oh, is it working? Am I to hear good?
Maybe you can switch for a moment.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having us today here. Happy to be part of the panel. Yeah, on this differentiation between the products, it's not only important for the industry, but also for the governments. We have to set certain policies to tackle decarbonization in industry, so we need these definitions and also the corresponding methodologies and standards to set up the needed policy framework. In Germany, we're targeting as well the supply side as well as the demand side. We want to focus in future on creating green lead markets, and for this, the alignment on this is really important. We set up quite an ambition plan for us on national and international level. We plan to find a common understanding for the comparability and interoperability of standards in the Climate Club. And we also set up the working program is already being adopted for 2024. We have concrete activities, specific activities targeting this. These will be based on some technical work already done by IEA, the working party that Tiffany mentioned, and the IDDI.
And for those that don't know, the Climate Club is a coalition of the willing, high ambition countries. Is that right?
Sorry. Yeah. I assumed we're a bit aware if you're like talking with the steel decarbonization. So,
but we're hoping there are millions watching on YouTube. So for all you newcomers.
Hashtag Climate Club. Yeah. And beside this, we also are happy to, alongside the UK, co-lead the Breakthrough Steel. Great work in coordinating the landscape and navigating into the initiatives which are targeting steel decarbonization and also highlighting the results of them. And yeah, this is what we planned for the next year. Happy that others will join us.
And specifically standards, right? We're here to talk about that. You see that as a stepping stone in what you do?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. For us, it's really important to set up the needed measurements on national level as well.
Great, thank you. Now let's turn to you, Claire. Can you give us a perspective on how the data collection and some of the methodological issues fit into this approach? There are challenges on all of these things, of course.
All right, thanks. So I'm Claire Broadbent. I'm working for the World.
We'll pass down the mic.
Okay, I'm working for the World Steel Association, and for those of you who don't know us, we're the association of steel producers around the world. We represent around 85% of global steel production. And believe it or not, we developed our methodologies for calculating CO2 emissions almost 30 years ago. Some of you in the room will probably be younger than that, so it's sort of quite interesting to see how long we've been working on it. And at that time, this was before we were known as one of the hard-to-abate sectors. It was work that was being done by, people who like spreadsheets and models and things. And so it's actually a very exciting time now where we see so many more people, so many different types of people interested in methodologies, interested in calculations, Excel spreadsheets, and getting into the meat of the methodologies. So we have two different systems within World Steel. We've heard about the proliferation of methodologies. We have methodologies for calculating CO2 emissions for a steel production site, but also for steel products. And as I mentioned, this goes back 2 or 3 decades of work that we've been doing this. The landscape is changing. There are many, many initiatives. We heard already that there are, at least 40 standards out there which have their own reasons for why they're different from each other. So it's really great that we see this number of organizations willing and ready to be working together to try to have this harmonization. It's great that we can use, I think, as a basis for this work, the work that we've been doing within the World Steel Association. Our members around the world are already using the methodologies that we've developed, so it's a really good starting point for trying to build on that. And when we're looking in the different market sectors, one of our issues really is not just about steel. So while we need to have methodologies for harmonizing steel methodologies, we also need to look at our other materials that, the concrete sector, cement, aluminium, glass, all these materials compete in different markets. So it's about making sure that the methodologies that are developed for steel are also being developed at the same time for other materials, so that materials can be compared on a like-for-like basis.
Is that something that you are confident that we can do, to be able to compare across materials? So there's a suite of options for those who are considering design?
We're working very closely with IDDI for the construction sector. That's looking for steel, cement and concrete. There's also initiatives within the automotive sector on Katina X. That's one which is looking at steel, then aluminium, then plastics. I won't lie, it's not an easy process. There's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of sort of commonalities as well. But we need to really make sure that we sort of have the relevant people on board to make sure that can happen.
So radical transparency is the goal, ultimately, presumably.
It's about transparency. It's also about people willing to make compromises. There'll never be a perfect methodology for every material. We need to find the right methodologies and making sure that we're not sort of double counting or under accounting emissions by methodology choices that are taken.
Great, thank you. Lee McDonough, let's come to you. Tell us how the steel breakthrough fits in the picture here with the efforts. I hope your microphone works.
Working? Is it working?
It does
great.
seem to work,
okay.
yes.
Thank you. And compromise is good. I really agree with what you just said. So I'm Lee McDonough. I'm a Director General in the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero in the UK government, and I'm also Chair of the Breakthrough Agenda Oversight Group. I just wanted to say before I talk about steel, just, the global stocktaker has shown us that we are off track, right? We are off track. In the broader sense. And so we cannot afford to duplicate. We can't afford to go slow. We have to collaborate and we have to join up. And so I just wanted to say the fundamental point of the breakthroughs is to drive that international collaboration process that's going to allow us to join up. It's going to allow us to prioritize and simplify the agenda and the landscape so that we can accelerate progress. That's what sits behind the breakthroughs. It's not to create another initiative. It's to try to really simplify and get us all pointing in the same direction. And so, that is a really important issue for us all, and also specifically for the global steel sector, which presents some unique challenges in terms of decarbonisation. And the 2023 Breakthrough Agenda Report, which was published just in September, has highlighted that this sector is still far off track. And so we know what the solutions are. and we know we need to work together to deliver them. And 2 years ago at COP 26 in Glasgow, world leaders committed to collaborate, to coordinate the clean technology transition for the steel sector through that breakthrough agenda. And I would love to just say how pleased I am that 2 years on, we're seeing, you know, exponential progress actually that has been made through this commitment. And so we've got the launch of the Steel Breakthrough Priority Actions at COP27. It galvanised country and non-state actors to support this, you know, call to work together and accelerate the work on standards and development for low and near zero emissions steel. And momentum has continued to grow behind these efforts across the year, and supported by the ongoing leadership from Japan's G7 presidency, but also from Germany's Climate Club, which has been, you know, really great progress. And we saw actually the COP president, Dr. Al Jaber, announce at the World Climate Action Summit countries' continued support for progressing international standards through the next set of steel breakthrough priority actions. And it is this commitment to international collaboration that will unlock the green transformation that is needed for heavy industry sectors. However, as always, success is not inevitable. We need to pick up the pace and course correct if we're going to achieve our Paris Agreement goals. And the response to this renewed focus on international collaboration has been, quite frankly, it's been outstanding. That's clearly demonstrated by the efforts of partners involved in the steel standards principles to bring this work to fruition. And so we've been really, really delighted actually to see the joint efforts of the IDDI, the IEA, the WTO, World Steel and Responsible Steel to set a new course for harmonising international steel standards as we head to 2024. And that helps deliver our first priority action from the breakthroughs. So that we know we need clarity and alignment on international steel standards to drive faster decarbonisation. But more critically, we need to actually go further and agree plans and start thinking about adopting standards that are net zero compatible. And this is what is needed to unlock the global market for near zero emission steel, levelling the playing field, ensuring clean steel can compete in global trade. So as the steel standards principles, it is a fundamental building block for getting us there. So from COP26 to COP28, I think the breakthrough agenda has provided the scaffolding that supports, connects and reinforces the international landscape collaboration. And we look forward to continuing to enable further coordination to harmonise these international standards using those steel standards principles to underpin our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to follow up on, you had mentioned the report in September did show the sector lagging the ambitious goals. Is it fundamentally a result of lack of capital or government action or first movers in procurement or demand? What did you identify with that?
I mean, look, I think it's a multifaceted set of challenges, and not just for this sector. I think across the piece there are challenges, and so, you know, this is hard to do, as everyone's identified. It's not easy stuff, and so
the reason it's called hard to abate.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, I mean, that's why across the piece, I think we need to keep the pressure on to move forward, whether it's through setting of standards or through financing or support more broadly. But I do think the standards piece is like the gold, you know, the gold standard. If you haven't got the sort of standards aligned, then, you know, that enabler, I think, is the way to sort of really see progressing quickly.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Let's turn to Shinichi Kihara. Shinichi, give us your perspective on how Japan is hoping to supercharge some of these efforts.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I am Shinichi Kihara. I'm the Director General for International Policy on Carbon Neutrality in the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. I'm very happy to join this very timely session on the launch of steel standard principles. Yes, in order to promote global decarbonization of steel industry in scientific manner, we need first a common methodology, emission measurement methodology, and second, monitoring emission using such common methodology. And only when such basic tools are shared and used worldwide, we can accurately understand the current status of the emission level, the future goal of green steel, and the progress towards the goal. Today, however, what is happening is we share the image of our destination of the green steel, but we don't have the common accurate map. So it is hard to understand where we are and compare with others. So as a G7 presidency, we thought this through very thoroughly. And building on the excellent job by German presidency work last year on the green steel, Japan proposed to work on data. So we need to deepen our work on emission measurement and monitoring. We agreed to start work on the global data collection framework for steel production and product emission. At the G7 Climate and Energy Ministerial meeting in Sapporo in April this year. Under this framework, we identified two tasks. First, we will work to make the existing multiple emission measurement methodologies interoperable. Second, we aim to establish a reporting framework that covers steel production and product emission worldwide. In order to make the measurement methodology interoperable, ISO and World Steel are already in action. In October, ISO TC17 SC21 met at World Steel headquarters to make progress towards alignment of ISO 14404 with the World Steel approach. The IEA also established a new working party on industrial decarbonization, which met for the first time face-to-face in November to discuss their work plan. To further accelerate this work, it is essential to involve more countries beyond G7 and the private sectors, not just governments. Currently, World Steel provides framework for reporting steel production and product emission, but the coverage is not enough. Therefore, we expect more steel companies worldwide to join the framework and report their emissions. I would like to call for the cooperation of the governments and companies participating in this event to join. Steel standards principles and IDDI recommendations are in line with these ideas, and I hope that this launch will further increase the momentum towards the scientific decarbonization of the steel industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we want to get some quick reactions from the audience, maybe some questions if we have a chance, but maybe I can call on the first intervention from Sergio Mojera, Secretary General of ISO. Do we have a microphone? Is there a microphone handy for? Very good. Not here? Sure. Perhaps Giulia Ferrini, if we can have a comment from the United Nations perspective.
Thank you. Giulia Ferrini from the United Nations Environment Programme, International Methane Emissions Observatory. So UNEP is very encouraged that the steel industry is recognizing the imperative to mitigate methane emissions from its supply chain. This is absolutely fantastic. As you know, methane is 1/3 of the climate footprint of steel, and the good news is that it could be mitigated at less than 1% the cost of steel. And UNEP's MEO is ready to assist with bringing empirical data to help this, because radical transparency is very much at the core of what we do. And so I guess the question is, what plans does the steel industry to have to address this important point of methane emissions contribution of its footprint? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, this is methane's moment at this COP, isn't it? So we've seen a deal already officially and some more attention to methane. We'll come to that. Let's get another comment from the floor. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. So I'm the former DSG of UNCTAD, but for working now for developing countries and right to development. I have a question regarding regulation. Everybody knows that probably in 2028, European Union decided for the CBAM, the Board Adjustment carbon board adjustment to have rules regarding steel and green steel in order to incentivize the question of green steel. And I fully agree with all the problem of methodology, double counting, etc. My question is it a discussion started with the European Union to discuss about the methodology or the parameters which will be the parameters of the European Union, considering that the threshold of green steel is achieved? Because I think that it's important. European Union market on steel is important, not the only one, but it's important. It's important that, of course, there is a sharing of all the methodology in order to define which will be the rule for a lot of industry, and in particular for developing countries, because of course they are very afraid about this regulation. So where is the discussion, or is it the discussion with the European Union to define the level of regulation which will be normally very soon decided? So it's important to do that very, very quickly.
Very good. So we've had a couple of questions. If there's one more from the floor, someone has a question for our experts. Do I see a hand? If not, why don't we come to my experts and see who would like to take on, please, either of the questions.
Okay, so to answer the question about well, I could answer to both of them, but on the methane question first, within our life cycle assessment work, we look at all greenhouse gases all the way through the supply chain as well. So we take on board the methane emissions. We do know that from the discussions by the methane experts that the numbers that are reported are underestimated. So we're very open to be updating the numbers, but we're not the methane experts nor the mining ones. So we're aware of the issue. We speak to our database developers and make sure that they're on board. There's all sorts of databases out there which quantify the CO2 emissions and the greenhouse gas emissions for all sorts of products. So we're ready in and waiting and trying to encourage them. And just at one point on the CBAM topic, the CBAM methodology is linked to the EU ETS methodology. So that's one of these 40-odd methodologies that are out there which are not aligned. So it's something which people need to be aware of, that even though it's based on products, it's not a product LCA methodology that's being used. It's just based on linked more to the EU ETS. Maybe if you want to add on there.
Unfortunately, I will add another regulation on this.
A little closer to your mouth.
Yeah, that's right. Great. Within the European Union, the discussion on green steel, how it will be defined, will happen in the eco-design regulation. So that will look that it's aligned with the CBAM methodology, but it's something that we are looking into in the future. So yeah.
Anyone else from the stage want to comment? Great. Or one of my previous speakers? We're fine? Okay. Let me see. Any further question or comment from the floor on the topics we've heard? Very important, obviously, interventions. On the methane question, of course, I would add my own perspective on this, that there is a revolution coming in methane measurement very quickly, thanks in part to satellites, but also light planes, monitors, sensors. And so we're discovering, as one peer-reviewed paper after another in the literature shows, quite dramatic undermeasurement from emitter sites. And so I think there's certainly the willingness to be open for updating data is welcome, as we have a real measurement revolution that happens thanks to technology. If there are no further comments from the floor, then I will invite my panelists, please, to get a round of applause from our audience for their contributions. Thank you. And I may ask the Deputy Director General and Managing Director, Seong Jo of UNIDO, to give the closing remarks and recap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Firstly, I'd like to thank each of the panelists for their valuable insights on the need for common emissions measurement methodologies in the steel sector. In recent years, we have witnessed a growing recognition of the urgent need to address the emissions from heavy emitting sectors such as steel, which represents approximately 7 to 11% of global emissions. As we have heard from the panel today, common method for measuring emissions will play a critical role in enabling and accelerating the energy transition to near zero emissions. However, the standard landscape is fragmented, which limits the compatibility of products on the market, increases burden on industry, and creates confusion for consumers. Well, there is a broad consensus that a more robust, transparent system is critically needed. Agreeing on the details is far more challenging. We have heard a great diversity of perspectives from the panels. It is clear that as this work develops, we must approach this matter from a global angle. We need to ensure that stakeholders from emerging economies and developing countries are heard in the conversation, and that the outcomes support a just transition. Actually, I think one of the panel mentioned that compromise is needed really to get these things moving. The steel standard principles provide a common basis of understanding on which to build collaborative and constructive dialogue. It is inspiring to see the huge number of organizations that have come forward to support the principles, demonstrating leadership and alignment around a common goal. The principles will also support the implementation of the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative's work to harmonize emissions reporting methodologies for steel, cement, and concrete, set out in the white paper published today, helping to create consensus among stakeholders. The principles are complementary to the work being done in the steel standard landscape by the WTO and Breakthrough Agenda, as well as the IEA, and we are providing an important link between these initiatives throughout 2024 and beyond. The path to harmonize emissions measurement methodologies for steel will be a challenging one, but it can be navigated and must be pursued with urgency to enable the transition to net zero in these sectors. Industry and government stakeholders must make common emissions measurement methodologies a priority. Stakeholders also need to be willing to work towards consensus to build a common and trusted system of steel standards. And in doing so, create an enabling environment for deep decarbonization of the steel sector. I trust that we are on the right direction, and we all know how important our commitment must be to this matter. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. With this, I bring this session to a close with great gratitude to our speakers. We do have a reception for all of you. We invite you. And my speakers, I invite you to step out to this side. There may be a photograph taken of you honored speakers for the sake of the future and others who are not here. So please, I invite everyone to stay and enjoy and to discuss the joys of standardization. Thank you.